Hello everybody, and welcome back to some more Final Fantasy XIV. It's been less than 24 hours since the last stream. Yeah, today, we are primarily going to be focusing more on the MSQ in Endwalker. I need to turn on the audio again. We basically need to go back to XIV and continue on with that. Did do a little bit of exploring of the island yesterday after the stream, both just because I kind of felt like it, but also just because I ended up doing 6 fates in XIV, so I could get to rank 2, and after I did that, I ended up buying the riding map for the area, so we can actually move around a lot faster. Because my god, the standard speed is fucking slow. But yeah. Apart from that, I have like 3 smaller things that I'm thinking of doing. Well, technically 4 actually. Which kind of ends up being, to an extent, 5, but number 4 and 5 are technically the same thing. Basically, at let's see here. At near the end of the stream, at around like 5:30 something, I'm thinking, we're gonna be heading to the dwarves and doing some dailies with them really quickly, because I am missing like what, 110 rep with them, so 2 dailies with them before we are hitting basically max with them. I think we can really do that and also complete their final quest. That's one of the 4 things that I'm thinking of doing. I'm quite gonna be accepting this quest, a sober proposal, and maybe doing a few more quests for the resistance weapon, just because there are at a certain point where you need to start like getting a bunch of materials that you can get either from, at least from what I've understood, the first one of those steps, you can either get it from the 3 different zones in the Bosnian Southern Front, or from certain Heaven's Ward areas. Basically, like the fates there drop those things. I'm thinking just might as well unlock that step, because I need to do it at some point, and might as well just do it now, so I can kind of do that as I do like Bosnian Southern Front stuff. And then we also have 2 other things that I want to quick look at, because basically Jokat put out a video here like very, like, not a whole lot of time ago. I think it's like, according to YouTube, it's apparently around 30 minutes ago, which is a full version of the Spooky Slice from his Crab Guide to Final Fantasy Melee DPS guide. So I'm thinking we can listen to that. It's almost 4 minutes long, but maybe, like, I don't know, listen to that near the end. And around the same time, someone in my FC also posted that, hey, if anyone wants to check out like, they basically posted this on our Discord, but that one of the FC's friends, who is apparently located on right, from what I understood, they have a mansion, and that mansion is like to the side, or basically that the house is basically made into a maze of sorts. Was then wait Never mind, I completely misunderstood that part actually. Their name is, or their nickname is Mace. I forgot about that, or I didn't read that. I thought it was an actual mace that they had made. Never mind, that's not the thing we're doing then after all. It was just someone was like, hey, anyone want to check this out? It's here. I apparently can't read. To be honest, I have also only been awake for like... I'm not actually entirely sure. I think I woke up at like... I think I woke up at 7. And then I basically forced myself to go to sleep again, and then I woke up at like 9. And then I basically just laid in my bed for like an hour or so. Like, I didn't get out of bed until it was like a little bit past 10. Just because I was like, I don't want to get out of bed, I want to sleep more. Or just relax. Anyway. Accept this quest and maybe 1 or 2 more, I'm not entirely sure.
Beg pardon, Blade Majula. Might I speak with you for a moment? It concerns Master Gerald and the Resistance weapons. I presume he has already explained the method by which Gunhilder's blades refine their weapons. That being combat with formidable enemies. Master Gerald and Slayton intended to employ similar methods to enhance the Resistance weapons, but they have hit something of a stumbling block. To make matters worse, Master Gerald, for reasons he refuses to explain, will offer no suggestions as to how they might proceed. Try as he might, Slayton cannot convince him to expound on his thoughts, and quite frankly, we are at a loss. Might we prevail upon you to inquire after Master Gerald?
Okay, this quest is done really quickly.
Oh, it's you. Now I know what you're thinking, but don't you go believin' whatever nonsense they've been spouting about me work. Everything's going according to plan. He told me much of the same, and I believed him too, at first. Yet he refuses to speak to me of this supposed work. Should I take my eyes off him for even a moment, a mug of ale will surely find its way to his hands. That's bollocks and you know it. Where would I even keep all o' this alleged ale, huh? Behind the forge, in the forge, buried beneath the palm tree next to your tent, the ammunitions depository. Anyone with a nose can tell when you've put back a few. Humph. Shows what you know. The ale in the ammunitions depository was shipped with the rest to the front line. Couldn't knock one back even if I wanted.
Damn it, Gerald.
And lest ye forget, I furnished an entire squad o' soldiers with them resistance weapons. Don't ye think you're being just a wee bit demandin', breathin' down me neck for more bells and whistles? Was trouble enough forgin' them in the first place? Without me muse, well.
Is there a problem? Has the master blacksmith finally reached his limit? Deal with that.
Oi. You shut your mouth. Ya ain't but scratched the surface o' me talents. Not my fault the inscriptions are proven so bloody difficult to refine. On top of that, they're getting in the way of any other improvements I might be able to make. Trouble is, they're what really give the weapons their teeth. Their design, the materials used to forge them, that's all mostly for show. If you want your weapon to have more kick, the magic of the inscriptions needs to be more potent. But I don't even know where to begin. That is indeed a curious predicament. How did the Gunhilder's Blades of Eld accomplish this, I wonder? Any thoughts?
Perhaps they used a crystal focus? Would that be a good glimpse into the past? See for ourselves. Let's actually go with that one.
Speaking o' the past, a couple o' soldiers came by a skin about how to extract the memories out o' crystals or some such. By the sounds of it, the Bazjans used crystals for damn near everything what had to do with memory. Even keepin' memories o' their fightin' techniques. Ah, that reminds me. We recently received a most interesting report from Gunhilder's Blades. Since taking the resistance weapons into hand, they have come across peculiar new crystals on the field, quite unlike anything previously discovered. That could be just what I'm looking for. There's no reason to believe they couldn't use those crystals on weapons, right? I'd wager me last flagon of ale the Bazjans could use them crystals in their memories o' battle to strengthen the enchantments o' those inscriptions. Well, that's what I'm hoping. While it may be too soon to jump to such conclusions, it certainly warrants investigation. Exactly. And me hunches when it comes to weapon work ain't never wrong. Course we can't know for sure till we have a few to try for ourselves, I'll see if I can't think of a way to work these memories into me plans. In the meantime, the two o' ye can go and find as many as ye can.
Okay, so
A new resistance weapons quest is now available from Zlayton.
Okay, there is a one. So, if what I basically looked up online is correct, most of these quests you can kind of just do as a completely different class than what you're actually, than the weapon you're actually making it for. So that's pretty nice, to be honest. Because that means that since the weapon I'm making currently is for Ninja, but Ninja doesn't really get anything from being in Bostia other than the some of the rewards, I guess. That means I can basically go in on like Reaper or any other class that's able to enter Bostia that's below level 80 and just still get some XP while also working on the relic weapons, resistance weapons. For want of a memory, I think I need to switch over to Ninja in order to accept that one though.
In order to accept the quest for want of a memory, please ensure that the pair of Anashirazu is either equipped.
Yep, I need to quickly out.
Please note that upon completing the quest for want of a memory, you will receive a resistance weapon for a ninja. Please ensure you have changed to your desired job before speaking with Zlayton.
Take this quest as a ninja. And we get something random. It's basically just the next resistance weapon.
Right then. As we discussed with Master Gerald, I would ask that you procure memories for your weapon. If I may be frank, it is quite a relief to know we needn't rely on Mistress Rowena for this endeavor. Fashioning weapons for the new Gunhilder's Blades was taxing enough on our coffers. Gods, I shudder to think what more she could demand as payment. Ahem, but I digress. Perhaps first we should consider what manner of memory would be suitable for our purposes. They should be memories of battle, of course, but the weapon's lineage can be traced to Bosja, so perhaps memories of battle on the southern front would be ideal. And to add a personal touch, I should think a memorable battle from places in your past would do nicely. By my estimates, we will need 3 varieties of memory, and 20 of each. When you've gathered what we need, we can consult Master Gerald on how best to proceed. Memories of the dying can be obtained in the field fighting at the southern front, or from specific fates in specified locations. Memories of the dying can be found at fates in the following 6 locations: Coerthus Western Highlands, the Dravanian Forelands, the Dravanian Hinterlands, the Churning Mists, the Sea of Clouds, or Oz's Law.
Yeah, we can basically find those things around the place. So let's just quickly uncheck that one. Switch back to Summoner. So let's see here. Also might as well just quickly that one back. Okay, so it's just off to the SKU. Because now I basically have that quest and can just get those memory things from just doing content essentially. Although from what I understand, it is actually better to do it in the Heavensward areas, because basically the way you get them from Bastia is you basically just kill enemies and then they have a chance to drop them. But if you do the fates in Heavensward areas, and I think you need a gold ranking, I could be wrong on that, you basically have a like 100% chance, which is pretty nice. Okay, Shadowed Footsteps.
You are a capable warrior too, are you not? Would you be amenable to assisting me with another errand? You see, our talisman requires the use of a special ink, but we have exhausted our stores of a key ingredient for it, spirit weed. The herb grows not far from here, and I would like to go and harvest some. With the recent spate of kidnappings, however, we are Kazodara travel alone at our peril. Will you not come with me as my escort? I would compensate you for your troubles, of course. I'm in your debt. Without further ado, let us head to Katja's Footsteps. It is situated on the road which runs east of the Great Work.
Okay. We're basically moving a lot faster now than we did yesterday. Which is honestly really, really nice, because Jesus fuck, the normal mount speed is so slow compared to this. You submitted it in good time? Yep. Good, you're cool. Welcome to the stream. All we've really done so far has been I accepted a quest in like the resistance weapon for ninja. I basically just need to get some some memories of the dying from like different places, 20 of each, and there's 3 of them, but I'll do that in my own time. Grant some fates. Yeah, I basically just yesterday after the stream I just went around and did 6 fates and got to rank 2 and bought the riding map, so I don't need to like run around at like a snail's pace, because my god, the standard ground mount speed is so goddamn slow.
I may simply be imagining it, but I feel as though we're being followed. Look out, Shauna.
Oh.
Gods, but that gave me a fright. To think that the moment I ventured outside the safety of the work. Thank the sisters I asked you to come with me. You're all right, I hope? Good, good. Let's continue on, then. It isn't far now, just through these pillars and up the rise.
Oh, it's up there. I basically ended up exploring most of the available area in that area yesterday, mainly because I was just going around doing fates. But I did spot this area up here, but I didn't really explore it that much. Yeah, we basically can't get to the other area because of this basically being a raised area, so we can't really go down to the other part. But that's level 85, so I'm gonna assume that the way that this, like the way that they have basically set up the quests, is probably similar to in Shadowbringers, since in Shadowbringers we were like sent to 2 different areas. In Overend with like, we started in Crusarium, sent to Amarang and Calusia, but could only go to the southern part of Calusia and the eastern part of Amarang. So I'm guessing we're gonna go to those 2 places, only this time it's gonna be it's gonna be something like we go to Dapnir, western part first, and then I'm gonna assume Labyrinthos during the other path that we're currently doing, where we are likely gonna go to, I'm guessing, the northeastern part of Labyrinthos, I would assume. Yeah, most areas in Endwalker is divided into 2 sections, a low level and a high level. There are like 2 that are, you think, they're open from the get-go. Alright, I'm assuming those are probably like the end of Endwalker, more likely, I would assume. But I'm gonna assume that the that Labyrinthos is most likely also one of those divided areas, because I would assume that the Kaon, or however you pronounce that, is probably the only Aetheryte we're gonna have access to. Maybe the Charlene Hamlet, but based off how this looks, I wouldn't be too sure on that. Things just, I don't know too many other places. I know that we are gonna go Garlemald, and based on how that looks, it might be a, like, I don't know, maybe one of the endgame areas, and it might be like no dividing stuff. Oh, I actually just noticed that we have a switching thing here for the souls in the first. Nice. But I don't really know where else we're going to be going, because that is only 3 areas, and I know for a fact that there are 6 areas, so that means that I don't know the 3 last areas. I'm going to assume that this one here is most likely Labyrinthos. One of these is gonna be like Garlemald, I'm assuming, but I don't know what the rest are. I know that there's something called Ultima Thule, from what I've seen online. Like, people basically calling something, but apart from that, I don't really know anything. I'll see. Yeah, I do know kind of where one place is gonna be, but I don't know if that is Ultima Thule or if it's called something else, but yeah, I don't even know how the fuck we get there.
And here we are, Katja's footsteps.
And the only reason I know about the place we're going is simply because of the, like, stuff in their announcements for Endwalker. Like, that's the only reason I know about that, but I'm not gonna say where that is.
Katja was a great dancer, and those who follow in her, well, you know, they come to this place to train and dedicate their dance to their ancestors. A happy benefit of this is that spirit wheat grows here in abundance. I will set about harvesting at once, if you would be so good as to stand guard. The kidnappers aren't like to return soon, but better safe than sorry.
We also have these, like, pisakas, which kind of They kind of look like, I don't know. They give me a bit of like reptile crocodile-esque vibe, but in a slightly different way as well. Okay, go instead guard. Oh, is this voice actors? Is that based on the animation quality of the cutscene?
Yes, that would be Radzad Khan. Hardly anyone has been allowed in or out since our troubles with the tower began.
Couldn't even see it. It was so fucking like dark.
The faithful citizens huddle inside the city walls, and commerce has all but ground to a standstill. I pity the satrap, the trials he must be facing.
And what can you tell me about the satrap? Do you trust the satrap? What can you tell me about him? Or them?
Well, he is the most important person in Radzad Khan.
Hey, it is a he.
Long ago, this island was home to two tribes of Matanga, the Gajasura and the Arkasodra. When the Aura came to these shores, it was the Arkasodra with whom they joined forces. Together they defeated the warlike Gajasura, forcing them to flee Thavnair altogether. Peace and prosperity reigned for a time, until a clan of Hjor from the mainland decided they wanted the island for themselves. It was a direct ancestor of the present satrap who arbitrated that conflict and welded the warring factions into the nation we know today. And ever since, a member of that esteemed lineage has inherited this somewhat unique position. You see, by and large, the state is run by the people, but when problems arise, it is the satrap who mediates a solution. The stability provided by the satrap is what has allowed Radzad Khan to thrive all these years. And it was the satrap himself who entrusted us with this duty. We will not fail him, nor our countrymen.
It would be nice if I could actually see the area, but it's so goddamn dark and foggy.
What is the delay with the vessel? I told you I need to adjust those ratios.
Oh. It's him, I'm guessing.
I've come all this way to admire one of my splendid towers, and what do I find? Fools attempting to ward off its tempering influence with magic trinkets.
And
I seem to recall a similar experiment in ages past. What was that man's name? Oh, something? Owen?
yeah, the fog is what's keeping you from seeing it. The lights would show the town at night. Yeah. It is a little annoying that they don't have, like, certain weather that they just enable. It's like, it kind of ruins the scene, I feel like. That I can't see it, and all I see is, like, I don't know, two sort of, like, dark pillars. That's basically all I can see over there. Like, kind of ruins the scene a little bit.
Another body, another time. Who could be expected to remember every trivial detail?
Allowing them to construct such handy talismans would be counterproductive to my plans. And yet, I find myself deathly curious. How will they manage this feat with the limited knowledge and resources at their disposal? Complications be damned, for we cannot escape the nature of our souls. And I, as ever, am my own worst enemy.
Okay. Yeah, I guess we're supposed to be able to see Rasathan over there, but fog is kind of ruining that. Like, I feel like when you're in the MSQ, and then sometimes it's gold from the next day, and the light comes on, or when it's green or vice versa. Yeah, I feel like during some of these cutscenes where it's like you're supposed to be able to see something, they could at least just be like, maybe not necessarily change the time of day, but just be like, oh yeah, for this cutscene we're just quickly gonna like make sure it's not foggy, for example, just so you can actually see what the fuck is going on, because like you can see a bit of the silhouette of it over there, and then there's like those pillars, and I'm just like, I don't know what those are. I think that might be waterfalls. Disable fog ramps, yeah. Or maybe just like make it so that during cutscenes the fog might still be there, but it's not as like thick. It just kind of makes it hard to see anything.
I have enough spirit weed to last us a good while. Thank you for keeping watch. Let us head back to the great work, shall we?
Others aren't part of the town, you believe? Okay. Hmm. Yes, I honestly have no idea, because I don't know how far in that is. That, like, that stuff there could potentially be like here-ish? Maybe? Let's see, that distance is probably around like, go to that ether right that I can see over there. That's there, so that means that is probably like out there-ish, so that means that that's around there. Those are part of, or maybe they're a little bit out. I honestly have no clue. Sounds almost as northeast as you can go. Yeah, I'm assuming it's like up here-ish. Oh, I actually didn't know I could see in here. This place seems confusing. What the fuck? There's at least like different levels to the city as far as I can see here, like with a path that goes over here. Ah. At the town map. Yeah, I don't know why I can like see the town map. That seems a bit silly. Spoilers. I mean, yeah, to an extent, but at the same time, it's like, I think they straight up say it in the like during some of their interviews they've had with the game. Plus, I feel like a lot of players would at this time be like, okay, we're told of a big city called Razadhan. We are probably gonna go there. So it's not as big of a spoiler, I think, at this point. For like most players in Endwalker. But I'm pretty sure that you also can't actually see the place until you get to Endwalker. Because I don't think the Ilsabard and the Northern Empty locations become available until then.
Shauna, my thanks again for your assistance. With your help, we're that little bit closer to completing our talisman. This isn't much, but please accept it as a token of my gratitude.
Well, to be honest, the maps don't really give that much information. As Dinian have mentioned, Razatan, the Shadowbringers post-game. True, he did also mention that he went through Razatan apparently on his way, like here during startup Endwalker. He mentioned that he went through Razatan, or maybe it was just Thepnir, on his way to Galmald. Basically when he infiltrated that. So we've known about the place, plus Thepnir we've known from just like crafting materials, like if I quickly we do an item search and search for Thepnerian. We basically have several things like Thepnerian mistletoe, mist, there's like armor piece, headdress, armlets, and sandals. We basically have several things from Razatan available to us. There's also the Thepnerian onions. So we've known about the Thepnerian location for a long ass time. Like, I think probably since like yeah, since around Born, we've basically known about Thepnir. But we haven't known too much about it, apart from things maybe in like item descriptions. For example, the Thepnerian Mist, it says a concentrated elixir blended in the Near Eastern island nation of Razatan. So on. Yeah, we've known about it, but never been there until now. Boy's errand.
If you will excuse me, I shall return to my work on the talisman. Ah, you are both back. Excellent.
Turn this off.
I have a message for you, Mistress Nidhana. It would seem the stores of Giant Skull are running low. What? But when last I looked, there was still plenty. I suspect that was before Oriange told everyone about their tempering cure, and Estinian shared his knowledge of dragons. Your peers have since been inspired to fashion a number of new talisman prototypes. I see. Well, if it leads to new possibilities, then far be it from me to complain, but we will need to replenish our stores. I should be happy to tend to this if you like. As much as I appreciate the offer, my dear boy, I can't in good conscience send you out there alone while kidnappers are at large. Shauna, loath though I am to press another task on you so soon, might I ask you to fetch the Giant Skull?
Gonna go get some tea and water ready. Alright.
In case you are not familiar, Giant Skull is a type of ore found on the island. Owing to its hardness and ethereal conductivity, it has applications in many disciplines, alchemy not least of all. The quarry where it is found, aptly named Giant Skull Grounds, isn't far away, so it shouldn't take much of your time. May we impose on you once more? Thank you. Upon arriving at the grounds, please seek out a man named Zinuha. He will furnish you with the ore. At the very least, permit me to accompany you. It so happens I have an errand of my own that will take me to the outpost nearby. May we borrow a pair of Hamsa, Mistress Nidhana?
Hamsa?
By all means. Do try to be patient with them, those that survived are still in training. I will bring the Hamsa to the entrance. Meet me there when you are ready.
Guessing Hamsa are a like creature that you ride on. Like, similar to chocobos. Oh, we also got a blue quest. Okay, there they are. A monk. Yep, alchemist or dancer.
Do you have a moment, adventurer? One of my colleagues has gone missing. She said she was going to Katja's footsteps to get a bit of exercise, but she hasn't come back. I'd go search for her, but it's almost time for a shift change, and I can't very well leave the kill to operate itself. Could you find her and fetch her for me?
We'll accept
You're
this
too
one.
kind. She should be in Katja's footsteps. Keep an eye out for a Ire with black hair. I'm sure she'll be happy to see you. She was out the last time you were by, and she was devastated that she missed out on the chance to meet the adventurer aiding the students of Bald Ian.
Okay, so head back up there. Wait. That's a Hamza? What? Okay. So I guess I'll quickly do this one. It's blue quest, because I'm assuming at least that. Where's that? Yeah, Tangle Grounds is up there. Thinking do this one really quick. I'm assuming teleport back, complete the quest, and then accept this one, which will probably send us up there. Just wondering if are we going to be like riding the those birds, or are they supposed to like carry stuff for us?
What do you mean? I need to get back to work. Oh. Have I really been out that long? I should really go. But I was hoping to get a better look at the stage before I left. I'm sure you're busy, but could you assist me for a moment? Thank you. I'll inspect the walls, so could you make sure the stage is in order?
Okay.
The cloth wavers exquisitely in the wind. No problems here.
Okay.
There is a small hole in the floor. That can't be good. Some of the paint is worn off. It could use a fresh coat.
Okay. It's a little bit of repair.
Any problems? The floor and the paint. I'll have to fix them the next time I come by. Thank you for checking. You know, it seems odd that I've never met you until now. You wouldn't happen to be the adventurer sent by the students of Bald Ian, would you?
I am.
You are? And here I was delegating you menial tasks. If I had known, I've always admired travelers like you. You see, I was studying to be a dancer under Mistress Nashmira at one time. I wanted to see the realm as I traveled for performances. And maybe I still can. Not as a dancer, of course, but as an alchemist. Oh, but we should hurry back to the great work. I don't want to cause any more trouble than I already have.
And that's the end of that quest. You're back? Okay. I just quickly finished up the quest with the Aether Current.
Ah, there you are. I heard you helped my colleague with her stage inspection while you were out. It's greatly appreciated. She really looks up to your kind, you know. She lost her chance to become a dancer due to an unfortunate injury, and now she's working to heal the sick and injured as an alchemist. She was so happy to meet you, as am I here. A token of our thanks.
Okay. I'm actually curious about something. Ether currents. Okay, they still have the... Yep, 10 ether currents you need to find around the place. That's gonna be a bit of a pain to try and do that. But I don't really need to like focus on that a whole lot, I think, right now, because we only have like half the map available to us, so yeah, we're not gonna get flying here anytime soon, I think.
Here are our Hamsa, Shauna. If the creatures look familiar, it is because they are close kin to your A or Z and dodos. Hamsa have long been kept as livestock in Thavnair, and many a hatchery may be found here. Alas, the largest of these was recently raised by monsters from the tower. On account of said hatchery being situated near the tower, the Radiant Host repurposed its remnants as an outpost. That is where my errand takes me, and your own destination is but a stone's throw away. If you have no objections, let us first make for the outpost. We set forth at your word. You are ready? Then let us depart. You need only ride and relax, my bird, and I will take the lead for years to follow.
Gonna get a cutscene or something?
Let us
Oh.
be off.
Kind of.
If you haven't ridden dodos before, be warned that they have a wobbling gait.
It's a semi-cutscene.
That spectacular formation stretching out over the water is called Kagia, a word which means sword. This sword, legend holds, was wielded by the Manishya against the Murga before it was cast down at conflict's end.
Okay, that's pretty cool that they can just like take control of your camera and show you specifically what you need to be looking at. That's pretty cool.
To the left and
Yep.
requiring no introduction is the tower. As you can see, it straddles a small isle. Almost there. Though the main part of the hatchery is atop the cliff, the outpost itself is on the beach.
The way we're sitting on this dodo is looking really fucking weird. Wobble, wobble, wobble. Don't know why the gifts aren't like playing, though. That's don't know why that isn't doing it. Don't know why the GIFs like on the stream, like when they're displayed, don't like animate.
And here we are. Manned by the Radiant Host, this outpost is our first line of defense against the tower. Well, who should it be but young Varzhan? On an errand for the satrap?
You know, because they are part of Twitch, and Twitch is a bot. And this Twitch TV one works fine, you think? Yeah, it do the whole thing. I don't know why that's the case, because I would assume it's kind of set up the same way, although I guess technically the Bear Twitch TV and Frankerface set emotes are through like an extension stuff on Twitch. So I guess that might be why, and they have maybe been set up in a better way, or in a smarter way, so that stuff can do it. It's weird. Who knows? It could also be a setting I need to deal with in on like stream elements that I just haven't seen. I don't know.
I am. His Excellency bade me come to collect your report. He also wished to express his heartfelt gratitude to the brave men and women of the Radiant Host for their unflagging dedication. We simply do our duty, but we are honored to receive His Excellency's regard. And yet, for his boundless benevolence, his treatment of one so young could be regarded as callous. Though we have enjoyed relative peace and calm these past few days, this remains the front line of battle. No place for children. Your predecessor too often traveled alone. It's been, what, 2 years now since you took over? I wonder how the fellow is faring. Like those before him, he went on to represent the satrap in foreign lands. Wherever he may now be, I am certain he is well. As for myself, I assure you that all I do of my own volition, and gladly. I pray you do not think ill of His Excellency. Certainly not, lad. Whatever happens, my faith in the satrap is unwavering. But still I worry for you. We would be overcome with sadness if something were to befall you, for you are as a little brother to us all. Take care, do you hear? I will, Nadine. Thank you. And who might this be? Not Hanish by the look of her. Permit me to introduce Shauna Majula, of the Aorzean contingent, come to assist in the making of the talisman. From Aorzea, you say. Towers have appeared over there too, yes. Tell me, what is the situation like? May I suggest that you exchange information with our soldiers? Both parties would stand to learn something of value, I believe. An excellent idea. Given the unprecedented nature of the threat, some of ours are understandably anxious. We would be glad for any tidings you can share. You too, bring Varzhan the latest report, and answer any questions he may have.
So, yep, told just a couple of people, I guess.
It occurs to me I have yet to properly introduce our company. We are the Radiant Host, a military order under the satrap's command. Our duty is to preserve peace in the land, be it patrolling the streets or dealing with heretofore unknown threats such as now. We train hard, and admit only capable warriors to our ranks. Even so, we've struggled to contend with the fiends from the tower. Though we succeeded in striking them down on the 2 occasions they came in force, we had to pay a heavy price. What of the towers in Aorzea? Do they likewise spawn monsters? So it's much the same everywhere. With every nation struggling, we cannot expect calls for outside aid to be answered.
Okay. Gonna assume that... yeah, we can get over there. I think we can probably maybe get like air-ish in terms of distance over there. Then we'll be just at a wall. Wondering. Don't think we can get to that thing. Pretty cool if we could.
You wish to know about the tower? To be honest, we know little and less about it ourselves. This Tower of Zot, as folk have taken to calling it, suddenly appeared where it did on the Isle of Narinair. We're safe from its influence at this distance, but go too far into the water, and you'll expose yourself to its corrupting ether. You're a foreigner, aren't you? How are they dealing with the tower in your homeland? Our struggles are not unique. Then our hopes still lie with the talismans. We must keep the monsters contained until they're ready.
There's just you left?
Ah, I've heard about you. the visitor from Eorzea. Is there anything you can tell us about the Telephora? We know that they're the ones behind the tower, and that they've declared war on the whole world. But why are they doing this? What is it that they want? This, we don't understand. What? They want to die, and take everyone with them? What madness is this? Well, you can bet that we won't let those bastards have their way. We'll fight them with everything we have, like our Eorzean and Far Eastern brothers.
Okay. With Varshan.
Finished speaking with the soldiers, have you? I hope it was as enlightening for you as it was for them. As a neutral nation and trading hub both, Radz-at-Han ordinarily receives a steady stream of news from abroad. Alas, this stream dried up when trading vessels stopped coming. Amidst the dearth of information, everyone will have been grateful for your account. But come, you had best see to your original errand. As mine will keep me here a while longer, however, I'm afraid I cannot guide you the rest of the way. Worry not, the path is straightforward, you need but follow the road east. Upon the Hamsa, you will arrive before you know it. Brief though it was, I enjoyed our time together. Till we meet again.
So, and on the Hamsa?
Though the Hamsa appears to want to return home, it reluctantly offers you its back. Should you become separated from your steed, speak with the Radiant Beast Keeper at the Hamsa hatchery to mount it again.
Oh. Just gets righted. Well, I guess I can't just use my normal mounts. So that is the Hamsa hatchery that was kind of destroyed, I guess. Got that tiny little thing there. Okay, almost there. Yeah, because that's how the quarry looks. Didn't really get a good look at most of these places when I did the fates. I just kind of like ran around, didn't look around too much.
No sooner do you arrive at your destination than the Hamsa dashes off.
Okay. And then just speak with Senua.
Hi, this is indeed the Giant Skull Grounds, and I am Zenuha. Is there something you require? Giant Skull for the alchemists, you say? But of course they shall have it. They labor tirelessly to deal with the tower, and 'tis the least we can do to provide them with the materials they need.
Triad. Don't need the person's cards though, because they do not help me with the achievement that I'm currently trying to get. Because yeah, they don't have any of the first 312 cards that I need. To be honest, I don't need to play against any more like NPCs in order to get cards from those sections. Although I still need cards from certain NPCs. So it needs to be 300 or get 300 unique Troll Triad cards as well in order to get this one, which is the last one I need from achievements. I think so. Yeah. Okay, tipping the scale.
Here you are, a sack of the purest giant skull. We always set some aside for our alchemist friends. When you deliver it, let the good folk of the great work know that we're grateful for their efforts. If they need more, they need but ask.
Okay. Forward back.
Ah, welcome back, Shauna. Dare I hope you have the giant skull?
Heaven sank filled to the brim with the chunks of the purest giant skull.
Oh my, such fine specimens. Thank you so much for bringing these. We now have everything we need to make our next prototype, one that should be capable of passing our most rigorous tests. When it is ready, it will be time for the true test, so please take your ease while you can.
Okay. Cutscene. That could be that kind of looks like it might be a voice cutscene. He's a bit more animated, I would say.
I see our taskmasters have allowed you a moment's respite as well.
Yes.
You have to hand it to these alchemists. They are determined to see this endeavor of theirs succeed. I've never been one for blind optimism, but I sincerely get the sense they're close to a breakthrough.
They had better be, or all this effort was for naught.
The peoples of Eorzea, of the Far East, of Thavner, children of this star united in common cause against a dire threat. Yet ere they succumbed to suicidal madness, were not the Telophoroi born of her body as were we? They who cling to life and the promise of the morrow's dawn, against they who desire death and an ending of their own orchestration. The victors of this war alone will hold the right to answer the question of existence, of its meaning, and its worth.
Poetic and ominous to a fault. That said, if it's an existential debate in nature, then our arguments might not be as persuasive as you'd think. Fandaniel wants to die and take everyone with him in an orgy of pain and suffering. An utterly vile and unforgivable idea. And yet, when spat upon by fate and wailing in the deepest pit of despair, who among us can say they have not entertained similar thoughts? There are nights black as pitch, bereft of hope, and no words of comfort can reach you. And it's all you can do to grit your teeth and choke back the bile.
The more you see and suffer life's injustices, the more difficult they become to bear. Vengeance is nurtured in similar soil. Though your anger has a broader focus, the sentiment is much the same. A fervent desire to destroy others, to see them drown in torment, as you have.
That about sums it up. The will to endure is not always as strong as the urge to burn it all down and salt the earth. Survival be damned. It's a struggle, often close and brutal.
Indeed. Well, I, for one, shall pray survival proveth more appealing in the end.
As will I. Besides, our chances are much improved when we've the company of others committed to the cause of life. Our vengeful dragoon here is proof of that.
Oh. And Daniel.
What is it? What did you see? Daniel, are you sure? If he knows we've been working on a countermeasure.
It holds. The vessel holds! This is the one!
Oh.
At long last! Look! We have finally created a talisman strong enough to withstand our experiments! We've named it a warding scale for the time being. With this in your possession, your soul should be completely shielded from corruptive ether.
Afforded such protection, any one of us may approach the towers without fear. Thou hast mine admiration. 'Tis an invention of historical significance.
I thank you for your kind words. But I would prefer you keep them unsaid until we test the talisman's efficacy in the field.
There.
It is for the next stage of our plan that we summoned you in the first place, to accompany me to the Tower of Zot. Should the scale prove effective, as I very much hope it will, then you'll have little to do. But should the effect be weaker than anticipated, I must ask that you restrain me, or knock me senseless.
Okay, let's hope it doesn't come to that. Oh, you needn't ask. Let's hope it doesn't come to that.
Either way, we are fortunate to have you with us.
Nidana, are you certain you wish to do this?
If others are to trust our creations, then we must have faith in them first. And as the senior researcher, it falls to me to lead by example. But should I fail to return, then learn what you can from this attempt and apply it to the next. Our work must continue. Is that clear?
We'll keep an eye on the place while you're away. Assuming Daniel is lurking about, there's no telling what mischief he has in mind for us, or you. Be on your guard.
Shall we be on our way? I'll have one of the soldiers at the hatchery prepare us a boat, and we can set out from the northern shore. I'll see you there.
Okay. Off to the hatchery then. And no new blue quests anywhere. I used to think of just going along the shore. Might be, I don't know, around the same speed. Okay, so I'm gonna go ahead and assume that something is gonna go wrong. Because I don't know, it feels like it would maybe be a bit too early for them to have a talisman. That's what I'm personally thinking. Like I'm thinking that either the talisman is just gonna fail, Or perhaps Daniel will show up and fuck up something for us, like, I don't know, destroy the talisman or something like that.
This is a rather finer boat than I had expected, but I won't complain.
Because that's, I'm assuming something like that is probably gonna happen.
All that remains is to board and be on our way. Oh, and if I should become corrupted, do not stay your hand. Of course I pray it does not come to that, but you must protect yourself. Other alchemists can fulfill my role, but you and your blessing are one of a kind, and perhaps our only hope for toppling this tower. For all our sakes, do not hesitate to do what must be done. Whatever that may be. Well, the longer I draw this out, the more nervous I become. Let's be off.
This is the Tower of Sot with Nidhana. You'll have much of a choice.
We should soon cross the threshold of the tower's influence.
Reactive.
Any moment now. It's working! And you are still yourself? Then I'd like to see how it fares closer to the tower if we could. So far, so good. The scale's protection appears to be holding. If we can just make it to the tower's entrance. A few more steps. Praise be to the sisters, we made it! And the scale has proven itself to be everything we hoped it would be. Now we can focus on production. Once we've equipped and returned with an entire survey team, this menace will soon give up its secrets. What?
Oh no. Is it going to close before we get in, or... Oh. Okay. This place is quite spiky, I gotta say.
Oh, let me go! Oh, let me go! Oh!
Oh, do calm down. You'll only hurt yourself thrashing about like that.
Daniel, you little bitch.
Stop! Oh, you can't do this! Please!
Shit.
A little late for heroics, I'm afraid. The similarities are striking.
Similarity?
My! Such hostility! Never before has my artistry so displeased. My patrons of old would have positively squealed in delight, though, between you and me, I find gushing praise exhausting.
Patrons of old? What are you talking about?
Allow me to tell you a story. Surely you've yet to hear the one about Van Daniel, the sundered Ascian. I inherited the position and the soul of the Van Daniel who sat on the convocation in the time of the final days, theoretically speaking. Practically speaking, that fact is of no consequence. I was born and lived as, well, me. Eventually, I was recruited into the Ascians and imbued with the former Van Daniel's knowledge and memories, but I never felt that they were truly a part of who I am. How to explain? Perhaps if I told you who I was before my Ascian embrace, although that chapter too is a past I've long since discarded. I have it on good authority you've poked your nose into an Allegan ruin or two. Yes?
Yeah.
Then I expect you've heard of me. The old me.
At your service.
Oh, Amon. He's in the he was from the Crystal Tower.
Imagine a nation of unbridled prosperity. Every need met, day after day of unbroken, unshakable peace.
Amon's a pretty big deal as far as I understand.
Fulfilled.
Like the elegant days.
And ripe for decay.
You are a genius without peer, Amon. However do you conceive of such delightful experiments?
Wait, so basically from what I have learned, by watching some videos that basically talk about like, the Crystal Tower and the lore behind it, Amon is the person who basically resurrected, or cloned, I think his name was Sanday, the like final boss of the second raid in the Crystal Tower. I believe it's Circus Tower. It's basically the big bad of the entire thing there. And he also, I believe, created the clones that we meet of the former royal bloodline. They're part of the Crystal Tower raids as well. And he was also the person that, during the calamity that was caused by the Crystal Tower, he basically made sure that the Crystal Tower wasn't damaged and basically just kind of went into the ground for some time until the I think this, I'm forgetting which calamity it was. Basically, until the Bahamut calamity happened. So he is a pretty big deal in terms of the elegance. But did not expect that to be Van Daniel.
That fool was beside himself with panic when he awoke with the head of a bull. Even his cries for help emerged as so much guttural lowing. Oh, the memory of it. My poor sides. My friends and I were so consumed by laughter we struggled to breathe.
No more than entertainment for bored wastrels ignorant of its worth. My all-consuming work. But it was not their only indulgence. For they were ever hungry for stimulation, slaves to the slightest hint that amusement was afoot. Our nation was ailing, but I would see the poison purged. I resurrected a legend, our first and greatest emperor. And just as I had planned, he set our wayward empire back on the path of conquest. An inexhaustible ambition carried us onwards, always onwards. Yet, he who delivered to us such glory was not to be satisfied.
Heed me, Armon. No matter how vast one's empire, or full one's treasure vault, all is rendered meaningless by death. In the end, all is lost.
You know as well as I that the Emperor stands to lose this war. And so I have come to claim you.
Damn it.
For while your methods leave something to be desired, we cannot deny the results of your work. And as fortune would have it, the seat of Fandaniel, your rightful seat, lies vacant and waiting. Take your place amongst your peers, rather than die a pointless death amidst the ashes of your doomed nation. Send one of your clones to the Crystal Tower that you might see for yourself. See what lies ahead.
The fall of the Empire affirmed the truth, majestic and tragic, as the Emperor foresaw. Scheme as you like, build as you will, nothing endures. What is life but a brief jaunt ending in emptiness?
And I guess he left.
So easily distracted. Why, I almost left without saying farewell.
He didn't leave.
As for your friend, you needn't worry. These pawns are far more useful to me alive as fuel for the primals. If you attempt to pull them free, they will die. So, enjoy tackling that conundrum with your comrades. We shall meet again! Not in one of these minor spires, oh no, but somewhere more suitably grandiose. Your favorite playmate is ever so eager to see you.
I'm guessing he means Xenos. Okay, I'm gonna assume that maybe this is maybe the end to our trip to Thepnir. There's a quest currently available. Would kind of make sense, considering that Like, something bad has happened and we might not have a solution for that right now.
Ah, you are returned. But, where is Mistress Nidhana? Manishya Preserve. Just when we had succeeded in making the talisman. I must report this at once. Meanwhile, please return to the great work.
Situation is not exactly great. Gotta say. So, Thancred shit kinda hit the fan.
Something's gone awry, hasn't it? What happened? So it was Fandaniel after all. Damn that bastard.
I gotta say, I was kind of correct in my assumption of what was gonna happen. Like, it wasn't anything with the talisman necessarily that failed, it was more just that Fandaniel did some shit.
I'm sure you wanted to do more, but you were right to return here first. We must tread warily lest we endanger Nidhana and the other captives.
Any new blue quests? Nope. Strapper of Rats Adhan.
First, we must inform everyone of the situation, Nidhana's colleagues included. I'll call them together for a gathering, but I think it would be best if you were the one to explain.
Poised cutscene, perhaps? Doesn't really look like that.
Oh, Nidhana. Can you answer me this? Though Nidhana is trapped in the tower, she's still alive, yes. Then
we must make warding scales. As many as we can. The prototype works perfectly. This, Nidhana proved at peril to herself. So let us make more scales, that she and all those who were taken might be saved.
As alchemists, this is how we will help win the fight? My friends, the satrap has been made aware of the tragedy. He offers his heartfelt condolences, and reiterates his pledge to provide you with all that you require. To that end, he bade me give you this link pearl, that he might personally discuss the production of the warding scales with you. And for our Eorzean visitors, I bear an invitation. In her report, Mistress Nidhana noted your vital contributions to the talisman's creation. This fact came to the satrap's attention, and in recognition of your deeds, he wishes to meet you.
Does that mean we get access to Ratzatan?
In addition to thanking you in person, he would also discuss further avenues of collaboration. And so, if it is agreeable, will you not accompany me to Radz Adhan for an audience with His Excellency?
Sure. Would love to. Might as well get access to
We
the
should be
new
honored,
town.
of course. Closer cooperation between our lands can only be to the benefit of all.
Although maybe it ends up being kind of a Yulmore situation where we go there, but can't teleport there. Could be something like that. Also, I'm just gonna go ahead and assume that Rasadhan might be the, crafting sort of oriented what would you call that town? Because it feels like every single expansion has kind of had that, Heaven's Ward had Idleshire as a crafting centered area. Stormblood had Malgus Fit or Malgus Reach. Shadowbringers had Yulmore. Just they had a bit more crafting oriented things there.
Then it is settled.
Razathan is that?
Please come to the gates east of the Giant Skull grounds, and I will show you into the city.
I'm thinking if we can get full access to the town, and like we don't need to like I'm assuming we don't get access to this area yet. But we might just have access to Razathan. I'm guessing there's going to be something where we can't exit. I'm assuming. Because, yeah, they kind of need to somehow block that off if we get like full access to Razathan and can teleport there whenever we want, and so on. Yeah, it could also just be a dual war situation. We get access, but then we don't have access fully. I don't know. Yes, some really foggy weather right now here in Thapnir, to be honest. Oh, there's actually a straight up path this way. Can't unlock that part of the map.
Be it here or in Eorzea, all share in the desire to deliver the captives. Thus united, I pray that we may join in common cause with the satrap. When last I visited, the city was brimming with life. I expect the tower has dampened the mood somewhat.
Just don't fuck it up. Yeah. Also, hey there, Bob, welcome to the stream.
Of the satrap, I only know the common tidbits. That though the position is hereditary, he is not considered a sovereign. And that, despite possessing considerable authority, he wields it sparingly. Given the esteem in which the locals hold him, however, it's safe to assume he's good at his job. We could do far worse for an ally.
Y'all been? I personally kind of woke up way earlier than I expected to today, and tried forcing myself to sleep a bit longer, and then I just stayed in bed for like an hour just watching YouTube videos because I didn't really want to get up. But yeah, in terms of Final Fantasy, we have accepted one quest for the resistance weapon, and then we've just been making progress with the MSQ. Just lost our alchemy friend over in the tower because then Daniel is a piece of shit.
All present. Then let us proceed.
And we're about to go and meet the Strappa, I believe it's pronounced. Essentially kind of like the leader of like Thapnir. And maybe get access, maybe full access to Razathan. I'm hoping that at least.
Owing to the threat of the tower, the city is currently in a state of high alert, and strict restrictions are in place for entry. Though you have been granted special permission, I ask that you remain close to me at all times.
Is this a voiced cutscene we're getting, perhaps? It's gonna be one of those voiced over introduction cutscene things. This is definitely a voice cutscene.
A vast rock squats upon Favnir, and to its stony surface clings the city of Radz-at-Han. Ye who enter here are subject to the scrutiny of gods, the gate's most watchful eye. The orb which beholdeth the truth of all things. pass beneath its hot and piercing gaze, bearing down like a second midday sun. The fragrant haze, a mixture of sweet incense and acrid smoke. The cries of merchants mingled here with lively melodies accented by dancers' feet. Travelers seduced by vivid sound and colors were once swallowed up by patchwork streets.
Ilsebard Ratzathan.
But no such scenes to savor now. To what somber present does that divine eye bear witness?
Here we are. Megaduta.
I forgot to turn this back on.
It seems a shame to bring you here directly. Under normal circumstances, it would have been my pleasure to show you the sights.
And it would have been our pleasure to see them. Alas, it seems our tour of the city will have to wait.
I'm afraid so. Come, we should head inside. Your Excellency, may I present our honored visitors?
Ah, splendid. Most splendid. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Ahawan, satrap of Radzathan. Our alchemists tell me your assistance was invaluable in the creation of the warding scale. Such deeds ought to be recognized in person. Thus did I have young Varshan convey you here forthwith. On behalf of my people, may I express to you our sincere gratitude.
But Nidhana, she was taken. Not everything went to plan. Let's go with that one.
I assume you speak of Nidana. A regrettable incident indeed. Her colleagues insist that we honor her wishes and trust in the talisman, that it will be instrumental in saving Nidana and the others. I am eager to hear your opinion on the matter, so let us not stand on ceremony. Come, sit.
I think not. This charade has gone on long enough. Show yourself.
Forgive me, but were you expecting musicians, perhaps? There are no performers waiting in the wings at present, but arrangements could be made if you'd prefer.
Nay.
What is it?
Oh. He hath the right of it. The time for artifice is past. Raise the curtain.
Is there a dragon behind there?
As you wish.
Also, is that perhaps the Strappa?
You travel as assistants to the students of Valdesian, but you are known to me. Even here have we heard of the scions of the Seventh Dawn.
It's a fucking dragon.
I am Vritra, and for years uncounted hath this isle served as mine abode.
Vritra. Okay.
Vritra, of the first brood, sibling to Hraesvelga and Nidhogg.
Aye, mine elder brothers, of Midgard Sorma's spawn. I was last to hatch.
Damn.
Well, isn't this a surprise? We were told Radzat Han had an alliance with a dragon. Not that a great worm sat in the satrap's own hall.
A necessary subterfuge, as the true tale of our nation history illustrates most effectively. In the beginning, the rock upon which our city is built was home to Vitra, and Vitra alone. In time, the ancestors of the Matanga came to the island and established a foothold. But never did they dare disturb the worm's lair. Next to arrive were the Aura. Adopting the example of their Akasodra allies, they too treated Vitra with reverence and respect. And for many years, an understanding between our forefathers and the Great Worm endured. Until marauding heroes from the mainland came, threatening to shatter our peace and tranquility. When it seemed all would be drowned in blood, Vitra himself came forth and quelled the rising conflict. A peaceful accord was reached, and oaths sworn in Vitra's name. Thus began the dragon's governance of the fledgling state, which was to grow into Radzat Han.
But if Vritra is still here, then your position as satrap is just...
A charade, yes. And one which my family has performed faithfully for generations.
Yeah.
Many envy the great worms their power. Were it known that I ruled here, then the fires of war would burn without end. I would not be the flame which consumeth my people. Those few who join me in laying our country's foundations were, perforce, sworn to secrecy.
Your eye. It was taken.
"'Tis here, buried within the semblance of flesh. The body before thee is but a simulacrum, constructed by the finest artisans of Radzat Han. With mine eye nestled within, it doth serve as an inconspicuous vessel for my will."
Ah. That would explain why I felt the presence of a dragon upon our first meeting.
So my assumption of him being a dragon was not wholly incorrect, actually. Mostly true. I'm actually pretty proud of that. Ah.
I am woven with words fashioned to deceive such arcane senses. Though 'twas short-lived, it seemeth thy fusion with my brother hath left thee much altered, Estinian warm-blood. From the very first, we sensed the nature of one another, yet did neither one of us bare his fangs. That is all I need know of thee for now.
With my secret thus revealed, I have for you a proposal. Not as a worm of the first brood, but as the ruler of Rad's Adan. With all haste must we take in hand the finished talismans and breach this foul spire. Thence, should it lay within our power, dispel its wicked influence. Yet even with the assurance of the warding scales, the narrow confines of the tower doth limit the size of our force.
And thus denied strength in numbers, thou must choose thy soldiers with care.
Just so. Yet though our radiant host is formidable, I see a surer path before me. Thou and thy comrades have contended with a multitude of primal beings. Most recently, thou didst cast down false gods in Pagalthan and Cartanau, I am told. 'Tis upon that strength I would call. The Scions have proven themselves the most capable, and I ask that you serve as the tip of our spear. Talismans would, of course, be provided for each of thy companions. And should you agree to this undertaking, more will be provided to make use of as you see fit.
There's no denying it's a dangerous proposition, but the rewards may far outweigh the risk. Just think of what we might accomplish if we could equip all our allies with warding scales.
Quite useful.
I worry, however, that even the four of us may be too few for what you have in mind. Might we regroup with our friends first to discuss the matter?
'Tis no trifling task that I have laid before you. Go. Steel your hearts and hone your plans. Such time as you require shall be spent in crafting your protective charms.
It seems a quick trip back to Sharlayan is in order.
This seems to be the end of this part. Oh, yeah.
Wilt thou not lend thine aid?
Whether your request be made as a great worm or the ruler of Rad's Adan, I see no reason to refuse, nor will I.
I am in thy debt.
Okay. Good question. Do we have access to Ratatan? Or is that not the case? It doesn't look like it. Certainly, maybe. And we can't get in. Damn it.
That meeting took a rather unexpected turn, but we now have a clear objective ahead of us. Let us rejoin our comrades in Sharlayan, and muster a suitable crew for our foray into the Tower of Zot. Oh, and if you haven't already done so, be sure to attune to the Aetherite here before departing. Unless of course you enjoy violent nausea.
Okay, so back to Old Sharlayan. Okay. Oh. Specimens. You perhaps until or has the they just haven't spawned it. Okay, what is this about? I just want to figure out what this quest exactly involves. Okay, so that unlocks the huts. Can I accept that? You can exit from one side but not enter. Seems a bit weird.
Do my eyes deceive me, or are you Shauna Majula? Well, as I live and breathe, it is you. Ha! I knew I'd be the first to track you down. Who's the guild ship's top hunter now, eh? Wait, you have heard of guild ship hunts, yes. They are not so different from the hunts you're familiar with in Eorzea, as I understand it. I'd wager they're rather more challenging, but an adventurer of your caliber would never turn down a challenge, would you? No, no you would not. Pray speak with Northida at the Peristyle to register your interest at your earliest convenience.
Okay. So this should unlock the first set of hunts, I believe.
I'm Northida. Have you come to place a bounty on an unruly beast? By the scholar. You're Shauna? I was half convinced I'd set the others an impossible task, asking them to find you. The Gleaners Guild ship has begun posting hunt bills, you see, in the hopes that capable individuals will take up arms to lighten our ever-increasing load. Unfortunately, capable individuals remain the sticking point. Few hailing from our fair polis are willing to take up arms, let alone able to stand against the more fearsome specimens. You, however, have the experience and the grit that we need. When I heard that you had arrived on our shores, it was music to my ears. You needn't work for free, of course, we've done our research, and the rewards we offer are as fine as any you'll find abroad. The currency we employ is a relic of times when Gleaner was a great deal less figurative, so you may find it somewhat eccentric, but it's as good as Gil here. Speaking of eccentric, it should be noted that the majority of our clients are scholars. You probably won't have heard of half the creatures they send you after, but I find it's best not to worry about that overmuch. Slay beasts, collect samples, try not to think about the long-term effects of touching said samples, and get paid. Simple, no?
Simple enough.
That being said, I wouldn't dream of throwing you in the deep end just yet. Let's have you start off with some junior marks so you can get your feet wet.
Wonder if I can accept any, like, high-level ones.
You are now permitted to take bills for junior marks from guild ship hunt boards in Old Charlian and Radz Adhan. Defeat the monsters described on the bills and you will be rewarded with tokens that can be exchanged for exclusive items. To exchange tokens for exclusive items, new quests and associate marks will become available.
Okay, so next stuff will become available at 83, but
associate guild ship hunts will be available once you have fulfilled certain.
I need to get far enough in the MSQ. I'm guessing I need to have completed the guns like the 83 quests. Okay, they also deal in sacks of nuts. Nice. So we got some Diablos wings, a Vine Garoon horn, a Naxian cat, a Thadderan striking dummy, a Kister roll, some twine, some coding? I don't really know what that's used for. and a bunch of materia, and that seems to be it. Is there any other quests that have appeared? Nope. Doesn't seem like it. So better just head up to the Baldestrian Annex and I guess complete the quest and get started on the other line of quests.
The conflict between Nidhogg and I is in the past, and though they were brothers, it has no bearing on my view of Vitra. Above all else, he is a leader of men, not an enemy. He would hardly dedicate his life to this endeavor if he bore our kind any ill will. Vitra and his alchemists have prepared us for our foray into the tower. What we may accomplish within its twisted halls remaineth to be seen. Just as I was getting used to balmy Thabnair, we're back in chilly Charlean. Take care not to catch your death, Et. We need you for the battles to come. Now then, your investigation here remains, but when that's over, we can take stock of all of the developments and discoveries.
Okay, so time to help the twins, Stola, Graha, and Kryl.
An unsettling change has come over Charlean, but together we will divine the underlying cause for the form's callousness. As I mentioned before, however, questioning the counselors directly is a fruitless endeavor. They seem to have already come to a consensus as to what, and how little, they are willing to divulge. Which is why I began scouring Charlean's archive of historical records for any hint of a connection to the final days. Suffice it to say that progress has been slow. There are only so many dusty pages one can skim in a day. But now that I have this band of willing reinforcements, the search should proceed all the swifter. Let us reconvene outside Numenon, shall we? Exit the annex to the right, and you'll find the archives on the western edge of the woods.
Okay. Time to go and hit the books. As the quest is titled. So it's the large area over here on the map. Kind of. I'm actually unsure, have I? Oh, I don't have the studium yet. I guess we can grab that one while we're over there. I think the books, you really should just read them. Yeah. Also, I think that most of the Charlians would probably not like it if I started hitting the books. They would probably get pretty mad at me. Let's see, we're supposed to go over there, but I'll just really quickly grab the Ethernet shard up here. That should also be the last one, I think.
You have attuned yourself to all the Ethernet shards in Old Charlean.
Yep. Was indeed all of them. Just gotta find, or go and talk to Kryl.
My directions were easy enough to follow, I hope. In any case, you stand now before the doors of Numenon, Charlean's grandest collection of books and tomes. This building is actually only an entrance, and one of many at that, for the archives of Numenon extend deep beneath the surface like the roots of a tree. The vast halls of the Great Goodwill Library pale in comparison to Numenon's endless maze of subterranean chambers.
Okay, that sounds pretty impressive.
Any citizen of Charlean is free to enter and peruse its shelves. Well, most of its shelves. Only Archons are afforded access to certain restricted vaults. I've dispatched Y'shtola and Roja to investigate those. Meanwhile, Alizé and Alphino will help me continue my search through the stacks open to the general public. Your status presents more of a problem. As a non-citizen, you are only permitted to browse the first floor here at the entrance. Even so, there should be a number of books which touch upon Charlian history or foreign policy. Your task will be to find and study the relevant publications. I promise you, a working knowledge of those subjects will make it far easier to spot the sort of clues we're looking for. Let us be about it, shall we? I've told the others to meet us at the stone benches over there once they've found some promising tomes. Happy reading.
Using over there. Okay, read in the went on the relevant subjects 3 times. That is going quite far down. Let's see, brightly colored book, red covered book. There's one over there as well. The title on the spine reads The Story of Charlian. Seems like the good one to read.
Long ago, on an island in the northern sea, there lived a Rogadan man by the name of Nguyenkrep. Nguyenkrep was a student of astrology, and he divined that a flood of terrifying proportions would soon sweep over the lands of Eorzea. So it was that he built a gigantic ship, assembled a crew, and set sail for that imperiled realm. The flood arrived as foretold, and to their horror the strangely churning waters drove the people towards the ocean. It was there, however, that Nguyenkrep's crew hauled them aboard his ark, but the danger had not passed. A towering wave approached, threatening to smash the vessel to pieces. With only moments to spare, Nguyenkrep wove a mighty spell of teleportation, and shifted the entire ship to safety atop Abalathia's spine. Refugees from the surrounding regions huddled there alongside them, but it was not long before disputes over the dwindling supply of food led to violence and bloodshed. Saddened by the sight, Nguyenkrep gathered to him his crew and his grateful passengers, and abandoned the ark to those reddened peaks. They journeyed to the coast where they built a new ship, intent upon returning to the northern seas. They landed on the beach of an island, and settled upon that very spot. That settlement prospered and grew, and in time it became the city of Charlian we live in to this day.
If I'm not mistaken, the area that they mentioned there is... I think at least... this spot. Nguyenkrep's Hope. There's basically a ship up there, so I think that's the one you're talking about. Oh, there are actually several. Some of them might not be relevant. Lord of Old, the colony.
Many years ago, on the banks of the Thalayak in the Dravanian hinterlands, a Charlian colony once thrived. This settlement was originally established as a mere outpost to study the ethereal sea in the year 1311 of the 6th astral era. Scholars dispatched to Eorzea found the facilities wanting, and their demands encouraged a gradual expansion in structures and services. As rumors spread of a growing community of academics, the area was further inundated with Eorzean students hoping to share in the renowned wisdom of the Charlians. 50 years later, the Forum passed a motion to recognize what had become a flourishing town as an official Charlian colony.
Guessing they're referring to Alshire?
Eorzean residents took to calling the colony itself Charlian, which led to no small amount of confusion when discussions turned to the subject of the motherland. In response, some Charlian inhabitants, if pressed for a name, would simply refer to it as Emporium. Following the Exodus, however, goblins and treasure hunters claimed for themselves a corner of the abandoned colony and gave it yet another name, Aidal Shahir.
That was correct.
The following chapters go on to introduce the most prominent features of Aidal Shahir. This book does not appear to contain additional information on the Forum, or cover the history of the Charlian motherland in greater detail.
That was not one of the ones that was relevant. I'm thinking I just kind of want to go around and try and find the ones that are not relevant necessarily. First, Stewards of Wisdom. That one could potentially be. I guess we can read it.
During the chaos of the 6th Umbral Calamity, Archon Nguyenkrep, founder of Charlian, bore witness to the madness and savagery of men brought to the brink of despair. Upon raising a settlement on an island in the northern empty, he instructed his people thus: renounce the ways of war, and pursue enlightenment through knowledge and reason. The Sharlayans took to heart the words of their savior, and thenceforth served as stewards of wisdom. Upon a foundation of accumulated learning, they built a homeland unlike any other, a nation born from strength of minds, rather than strength of arms. With knowledge of economics came shrewd trading. With knowledge of agriculture came bountiful crops. Engineering brought wells and sewers, ending squabbles over water. Wealth of expertise could be bartered for wealth in coin. And the more their wisdom spread throughout the world, the more mankind as a whole would thrive. And so it was that no matter the trials and tribulations of the age, the citizens of Sharlayan would live by their founders' teachings. For the sake of a better tomorrow, for the sake of a brighter star, they would eschew the tools of war, and with knowledge deliver the world.
That one did have information. I have a well-worn manual, a blue-covered book, and a leather-bound tome. Let's see, what is this one? Ever 20 Summers? Yeah. I want to make sure that I don't find the last one right now. Introduction to the Heavens. And then we have Bound Tome. The Voice of a Growing City. I'm assuming that the blue covered book is probably not one that makes progress.
Have you ever gazed at the skies above and contemplated the mysteries contained therein? I speak not of shifting cloud patterns, but of the vastness beyond, of the sun and the twinkling tapestry of the night. Some think the dome above us to be a finite space, yet amongst the leading thinkers of our age, one scholar's depiction of a boundless sea of stars has firmly taken root. Alas, this heavenly sea remains an unreachable, unknowable destination. There are few indeed who can explain, in satisfactory detail, why our own star is believed to revolve around the sun. It was the technologists of Alec who came closest to understanding the laws which govern that starry abyss. It was they who launched Dalamud, and sought to expand beyond our earthbound existence. Having read of their ancient ambitions, I wonder, has your interest in this field of study waxed or waned? What if I were to tell you that the eternal constellations were arranged differently in the distant past? That their positions continue to shift almost imperceptibly but measurably as we journey into the future? Would it shock you to learn that the stars drift further and further apart, and may indeed do so forever? Are you eager to learn more? This book is on the wrong subject. Search for works which contain details on the forum, or mention the history of Sharlayan.
I assume that the well-worn manual is probably not what I need either. For 20 Summers.
My beloved seekers of knowledge. Have you ever put learning before your health, and neglected to feed and rest your body as you should? I, too, once engaged in such foolish practices. But one night, engrossed in philosophical study, I had an epiphany. For all the world's mysteries that drive us to reckless abandon, we have so very few years of life in which to achieve our goals. Thus do I share with you this mantra: I am forever 20 summers young. The number itself is unimportant. You could be 19, or 23, or 40. Whatever age you are when you discover this manual, let that be the age you aspire to remain. Through mindful, healthy living, will you extend the time available to spend upon your chosen research, another day, another moon, another summer to grasp the greater truths you pursue. In the pages that follow, we will explore the secrets of maintaining one's physical condition from a biological, etherological, and arcane viewpoint. This book is on the wrong subject.
Yeah, wrong subject. I know, I just want to check things out. So, the leather-bound one should be the one I need.
In the years which followed the founding of Sharlayan, civic policy and other matters of import were decided at the Ecclesia, a public forum at which every citizen was eligible to speak. As the city's population grew, However, this format became increasingly impractical. The larger number of participants gave rise to ever longer debates, resulting in significant delays of vital resolutions. Various measures were introduced in an attempt to curtail protracted discussions, but in the year 201 of the 6th Astral Era, it was ultimately decreed that Sharlayan would transition to a new form of governance. The nation would now be led by a body of 99 members, citizens chosen from amongst their peers by means of a nationwide vote. Thus was the Forum as we know it today conceived and created. You have gained a fundamental understanding of Sharlayan history and the foundation of the Forum. Head outside to the rendezvous point and await your companions.
Okay. Oh, I actually didn't need to specify which books I need to read, because I could just read them afterwards. Oh well. And yep, it was over here that I need to go. Looks like it could be a voice cutscene, perhaps. Or not.
Sorry, were you waiting long? I wanted to make sure I'd borrowed at least a few promising volumes. Alphino and Kryl should also be along shortly.
I was delayed in similar fashion. As far as I could see, no titles in the Archon stacks mentioned the final days specifically, so we have no choice but to start with the tangentially relevant tomes, if they are even that. At present, the plan is to skim through as quickly as we dare, and share our discoveries as we make them.
It would have been nice to invite everyone to the estate. Plenty of comfortable places to read, and a ready supply of hot tea.
Oh, I was always quite fond of reading outside. But it's not about the little pleasures, is it? You miss your home.
It's been difficult. After our arrival, we managed to speak with one of the family servants and ask how things were. It seems our dear father has instructed the staff that even if Alphino and I were to return to Sharlayan, we were not to be allowed across the threshold.
A harsh measure, indeed. I hope that our efforts to understand his position, and that of the Forum, will perhaps lead to a reconciliation.
We'll mend this rift one day. I'm certain of it. And what of you, Graha? Have you been to visit your family? Or do they not live here in the city?
Well. My situation is also somewhat complicated. I was raised in Sharlayan, yes, but I was born rather further away. In the southern reaches of Ilsabard, in fact. For generations, my people have dwelt in Corvos, the coastal region opposite the island of Thavnair. The Alleghans founded a city in that fertile land, and by ship, brought in the subjugated tribes of the Mikotea to serve as laborers. Of course, the massive earthquakes of the Fourth Umbral Calamity brought an end to the Empire's reign. And when the Fifth Calamity froze the seas solid, many of the tribes still living in Corvos braved the journey back to Eorzea. My ancestors, however, chose to remain, that they might prevent the remnants of Allegan technology from being misused.
Isn't Corvos under Garlean rule?
For the past 50 years, yes. Some semblance of local culture remains, as is the case for most imperial provinces, but Garlemald renamed the region Locus Amoenus. When I was a boy, a nearby town came under the jurisdiction of an illustrious imperial family, the nobles of House Darnus. House Darnus demonstrated a singular interest in Allegan civilization, and so my tribe was forced to consider a plan of action. For some time already, voices had been raised in favor of abandoning our ancient customs. After all, the Allegan no longer passed to our eldest children as reliably as it once had. Fear of discovery eventually tipped the scales, and the decision was made to bury our ties to the knowledge and traditions of Alleg. As the last child born with the Allegan I was given over to the custody of friends in the students of Bald Ian, who had me registered as a Sharlayan citizen.
I never even considered. Forgive me, it was an unkind question.
Even Thancred was taken in by Archon Louisois, was he not? Stories of adopted waifs and rescued orphans are more common among Charlians than you might think. Yet regardless of our origins, we are all provided with an equal opportunity to learn. And with sufficient perspicacity, we outsiders can even earn the vaunted title of Archon. 'Tis exactly why I have such love for this country. And why I wish it to remain a nation of which its citizens can be proud.
Here. Another good reason to get to the bottom of the Forum's stubbornness, aside from the trifling matter of our impending doom. Excuse us while we try to make some headway into these books, Shauna. More company should be arriving any moment now.
Okay. Again.
We've returned with our selections. Although I must say, the pickings were quite slim indeed. Mistress Kryl has already flicked through every history book devoted to disasters, and more than a few which barely made mention of them. As such, we will be looking into research papers on the umbral calamities, as well as articles written by prominent forum members. Perhaps their knowledge of the final days comes from an unexpected source.
Speaking of which, might I ask you a few questions related to the final days? I'm the only one here who didn't witness the events of Amorat firsthand, and fear I may be overlooking critical details.
Sure.
My thanks. Now, where to begin? First things first, what kind of phenomena did the ancients encounter as the final days drew nigh?
Complicated destabilization of creation magics. The primals of unrivaled power were summoned from the ether. Worst kind of phenomenon you can imagine. I actually don't fully know. Don't remember. Don't remember what actually was the problem that they had, only that they had like a major problem. Guess we'll just try the first one.
Yes, the unfolding catastrophe wrought havoc on all manner of life. The chaos extended to the ancients themselves, causing their powers of creation to spiral out of control. Fear and despair manifested in terrible, tangible fashion, meteors raining from the sky, fire erupting from the ground, indescribable abominations prowling the streets.
That more or less aligns with my understanding. If only the arts of creation had survived until the present day, we might have had something substantial to analyze. To the best of our knowledge, however, those techniques were not preserved or passed on. Y'shtola surmises that the closest known magic is that of the summoning rituals promulgated by the Asians. Was there aught else of note which heralded the approach of the final days?
The entire star was engulfed by disaster all at once. They say it began with a killing sound from the land itself. I know you can answer this one. I don't think it was engulfed at the same time. Try this one maybe.
Yes, the Amoratnes spoke of it, didn't they? We never did hear the sound ourselves, of course, thrust as we were into the midst of the madness. But it seems that each and every one of the catastrophes was preceded by this ominous noise. Eventually it resounded all across the star, and not even Amorat was spared.
So the ground was crying out, you say? To be considered the harbinger of doom, it must have been quite distinctive, and probably quite loud. I'll have to speak with one of Numenon's mammoths, and ask after any books which make mention of such a sound. Last but not least, would you describe how the ancients sought to quell this unprecedented calamity? What definitive action did they take?
They summoned Zodiac. They knocked down Moon from the sky. They summoned Highland or Zodiac. They summoned Zodiac.
Yes, with Elidibus serving as his heart. So many gave themselves in sacrifice to bring him into being. We do not know exactly how Zodiac brought salvation to the star, only that by his godlike will were the laws of nature set aright. Then, once the balance was redressed, the ancients offered up a further sacrifice to heal the ravages of the final days. Lives sprouted anew, and it was these fledgling souls they intended to render unto Zodiac. A trade that would have allowed them to resurrect the shades of loved ones absorbed by the primal. Or might have, had Venet and her fellows not manifested their opposition in the form of Hydaelyn.
Thank you, both of you, for the detailed review. I feel much more confident now in my understanding of events. With all that freshly in mind, it does make me wonder what the Telephoroi truly mean when they speak of bringing back the final days. We've seen what they're doing with those towers of theirs. Is forcing people to summon primals a kind of catalyst? Are they attempting to mirror the conditions caused by unstable creation magics? Or are they simply using the final days as a figure of speech? A convenient metaphor for the scale of destruction they plan to unleash. But this is all just pointless conjecture at this stage. Let us return our attention to the forum, shall we?
We should keep an eye out for Y'shtola, but 'tis time we began studying these research papers.
I guess wait again? Yep. And I'm guessing Y'shtola's gonna appear.
I'm the last, am I? Well, my extended search of the Archon stacks produced 1 or 2 possibly useful books. But I wouldn't get your hopes up. If you recall, Oriange learned of the source's reflections from the Gerun oracles. For its potential to cause panic and confusion, that tome was deemed apocrypha and sealed away in the Great Gubal Library. 'Tis even less likely that knowledge of the unsundered world, not to mention the horrors of the final days, would be left sitting on a shelf for any curious scholar to find. It stands to reason then that my colleagues, be they archons or counselors, should perforce be largely ignorant of the subject. Yet when you confronted Master Forsheno with knowledge of the Telephoroi and their machinations, he scoffed at the suggestion that they posed a threat. He seemed adamant that the forum would know if the final days were truly upon us. Which only supports the conclusion that whatever privileged wisdom is guiding the forum's behavior, it is being kept secret from the rest of the nation. Not that I mean to excuse myself from reading duty. Whether they contain mention of the final days or no, these books could yet hold something of value. You weren't thinking of leaving, were you? There's plenty of work for everyone.
You labor for what feels like an age as Y'shtola's research assistant.
Okay, let's speak with the others, I guess.
I found naught of interest so far. I think Y'shtola might be right about not getting our hopes up. Your efforts to gain Grahatia's attention go unnoticed. He appears to be lost in his reading.
NGH. Thank you for your help, but I think I can manage the rest without your assistance. If I were you, I'd steal a few quiet moments for myself. Oh dear, you look exhausted. But what about your studies? Were you able to find any books on the subjects I mentioned?
You.
Then the day was well spent. Should you wish to read them again, a mammoth at the reference desk will point you in the right direction. For the moment, though, I suggest you take a well-deserved rest. We might be occupied with our research for quite some time.
And the Lady Knight. nice. When you think about it, all 5 of these, you will all just kind of like nerds, like massive nerds. Istola and Gra are like smart enough to basically be Archons. Ral is pretty smart as well. So is Alphino. I'd say maybe slightly less, but she is more of a like combat focused, but she is probably still smart. Basically the Nerd Patrol, yeah. The only person we're really missing from like for the Nerd Patrol is just Uriage. Then we got all of the Scions. Because I would say Thancred is probably not like what you would consider a nerd. And Istinian is probably not interested in books either. Or maybe he is, but not as like researching stuff, I would think. Seat at the last stand.
Ready for a tea break, Shauna? I know I am. Honestly, my neck and shoulders are going to calcify if I don't stretch my legs and walk around for a bit. You know the last stand down in the harbor, don't you? Come and meet me near the outside tables, and I'll treat you to their coffee. It's quite good.
Okay. So we'll just run down there. Can I take any sort of like shortcut down there by like jumping into the water? Nope. I had a feeling that that would probably not be the case, but I'll always try. Guess we can go down here. We just lost Need a battle and reduce the rates in the FC. The buffs. And we are probably, I believe, gonna be putting up the MGP buff today. It is Saturday, and that's where we usually do that.
As busy as ever, I see. How very Charliean that no other gourmet cafe has sprung up to compete for customers. Actually, this crowd gives me an idea. Before we place an order, why don't we ask a few questions and gauge the mood of the city? I'm interested to hear what the average citizen has to say about the Telephora we might even learn something new. Worth a try, don't you think?
Alizé is now accompanying you. Keep her at your side in order to proceed with quest objectives. You can leave Alizé if you
don't need to know all that info. Is there a more info location? Nope.
What is it? Can a man not enjoy a moment of private respite? If you're looking to share a table, then I respectfully request that you look elsewhere.
You misunderstand, sir. We were simply wondering if you knew of the Telephora These enemies of peace have promised an end to all we hold dear, and...
Wait. You're that house leveler girl, aren't you? And this woman with you is obviously a foreigner. I'd heard you were disowned for helping outsiders indulge their barbaric whims, and here you are giving truth to the rumor. I'll thank you to leave me be. I've naught to say to the likes of you.
Well, I must apologize. 'Twas foolish of me to expect an ounce of civility from one so enlightened. Come, Shauna.
Well, he was a bit of a dickhead. Hey, what about you? Are you gonna be a bit more nice?
Yes? I don't believe I've had the pleasure. Pray excuse the interruption, but we were hoping you might share your thoughts on the Telephora and their unconscionable plans. My goodness, if it isn't the young Miss Leveler. My apologies, but I work in the offices of the Forum, and if word reached Master Forshino that I was helping you... I see. We're sorry to have bothered you.
Let's be with Dagon. Guess that's how you pronounce it.
Welcome, madam. What can I offer you today? Wait, is that Mistress Alizé I see there? My word, how long has it been?
Far too long. Meet Dickon, the owner of the last stand. I used to frequent his cafe on occasion, in between lessons at the studium.
That seems like an age ago now. I remember hearing that you and Master Alphino had set sail for Eorzea, but then you never came back. Lately there's been gossip about your father disowning the pair of you. Everything all right at home?
It's complicated. And I hadn't expected complete strangers to be so familiar with our situation quite so quickly. Everyone has an opinion, it seems.
Well, it is House Leveler. No matter how discreet Master Forsheno may have been, news of your family's doings never stays secret for long. Things being what they are, what brings you back to the city now, of all times?
We have questions, and only Charlie Ian has the answers. Tell me, Master Dickon, have you heard anything about an apocalypse called the Final Days?
What, like the end of the world? Nothing like that, I'm afraid. And that's what you're here to find? Information on this apocalypse.
Yes, whatever we can learn. Unfortunately, your patrons appear to be unwilling to speak with me.
I wish there was more I could do to help. But maybe there is. You're a visitor to Charlian, aren't you? Then few will know your face. We should be able to pass you off as a server with none the wiser.
I had a feeling it was probably gonna be something like, we can probably offer you a job and you can listen in or something like that.
We just finished preparing a few orders. Strike up some friendly conversation while you're setting down the food, and you might just get the answers you're looking for.
Not a bad idea. I hate to ask, but what do you think?
Sure, I can do that.
That's the spirit. Pay attention, now, and I'll explain where each of these dishes needs to go.
Service laboratory, yep.
The tea set is for the chatty group sitting by the water's edge.
Tea for the chatty group.
The omelette is for one of our regulars, a Highlander by the name of Gisla. She's sitting at an outside table with a friend of hers. Behind them, you should see a Mikote gentleman. He ordered the oven-baked lobster. Got all that? If you're not sure, just ask and I'll explain again.
Tea by waterside omelette to Gilson, or whatever their name was. And then omelette to a Mikote, who I'm guessing is that one over there. Tea set.
Oh, my tea set. Lovely, thank you. The Telefo who? I'm sorry, I've never heard of them, or their final days. My friends and I are somewhat uninformed when it comes to current events. Now, if you wanted to hear about ritual arcane practices of the 6th Astral Era, common or esoteric, then I'd be happy to talk your ear off.
Nerds. That was the omelet.
Ah, finally. 2, 4, 6, 8, let's dig in, no time to waste. What? The Telephora we? Ah, yes. I remember seeing the name in the latest gazette. That and some grand claim about the end of days. Same old senseless warmongering. When will these fools grow tired of spilling each other's blood? Best stay out of it, I say. The Forum made the right choice, and I fully support our decision to remain neutral.
Okay, and Urbane banter with a smile, or oven-baked lobster. Oven-baked lobster.
At last, the oven-baked lobster is mine. You have no idea how long I've scrimped and saved and suffered to afford this heavenly dish.
The fucking dog is just up on the table and just walked over his food.
The final days? This is the first I've heard of it. Although, that would explain why my friend has been rushed off his feet. It must be a busy time to be a gleaner. You don't know what a gleaner is? They're collectors, of a sort. Travel the world procuring things that we haven't got here in Charlean, priceless books, unusual live specimens, and so forth. So named for those folk who trail after the reapers in the fields, picking up every grain which was missed. By all accounts, gleaning is a most meticulous and demanding profession. If these Telephoroi make good on their audacious threats, then many uncatalogued rarities could be lost forever. Why else would the gleaners be buzzing about in such a frenzy? Watch the harbor, and you'll see what I mean. They're carting loads in from the docks all day. It's never been this hectic before. Not like this.
Okay, back over to Alice.
Any trouble with the customers? Were you able to get anyone talking?
Yeah. A little bit.
Interesting. They seem unaware of the final days, aside from whatever vague news the gazettes are printing. Even Dickon had nothing to offer, and he's the best source of gossip in the city. If the Forum does have secret knowledge, then they've done an impressive job of ensuring no one whispers it in the wrong ear. In any case, thank you for playing the part so well. Here, that cup of coffee I promised. But let's enjoy our drinks somewhere else, shall we? Maybe behind the peristyle, away from the gossips and their wagging tongues.
Okay. Go over here.
Yes, this should do nicely. Out of the wind, and out of sight.
That's a voice cutscene if I have ever seen anything like animation and everything.
When our father disowned us, I couldn't believe what I was hearing. It wasn't until much later that his words began to sink in, that I began to feel the weight of what it meant. Do you remember when the decision was made to come to Charlean? Grahas said that the Forum was determined to keep us in the dark, and that Father's venomous performance was part of that strategy, to keep us at arm's length. Perhaps it was. Father argued with Grandfather on many occasions, but never with such dismissive contempt. And when he demanded what justifies the sacrifices we make in war, I honestly didn't know what to say. Neither did Alpha know, I know, but never for one moment did I believe we had made the wrong choice. So all I could do was fume silently. It was only afterwards that I realized how childish I had been, how being stubborn and self-righteous must run in the family. If I could have just mustered a civil response, then things might have turned out differently. They must be ferrying goods to Labyrinthos. A vast complex beneath the island. Charlean is famous for archiving knowledge from around the world. Well, that knowledge is not preserved exclusively in dusty tomes and desiccated samples. Our living library, comprised of all manner of flora and fauna, is housed and studied within that underground facility. Still, that did seem to be an unusually large shipment. When I lived here, it was rare to even see such cargo transported by boat. Wait! Didn't you hear something in the last stand about the gleaners coming and going more than usual?
Yeah.
Well, I think they're the ones we saw manning those boats. And gleaners answer to the Forum. If the appearance of the Telophoroi prompted this sudden burst of activity, then Labyrinthos may hold a clue as to what the Forum is planning.
So I did not expect Labyrinthos to be underneath the city. It was just like, oh, out the back gate of the city, and then there's like a big open area or something. Apparently not. To the sea. Labyrinthian descent.
We should tell the others what we've learned about the Gleaners. Go on ahead to Numenon, and I'll join you in a moment. Master Dickon will want his cups back.
Okay. Also, while we're here, I guess I can really quickly unlock this.
You strike me as someone who isn't afraid to get her hands dirty, and I don't mean that as a euphemism. Are you interested in a bit of good old-fashioned hard work? But perhaps I'm getting ahead of myself. I am Griggy, one of Charleon's gleaners. It is our role to procure materials, samples, knowledge, all you can imagine, and more. Naturally, 'twould be difficult for any one person to comb the world each time our countrymen ask something of us. Thus did we form a guildship, the better to share information and see the requests we receive to the hands of those best suited to fulfilling them.
I think this person over here is turning in leaves. I think she's at a distance where she can interact with Griggy, and then probably talk with Aldirn, or however you pronounce his name, and just like accept a leave quest and hand it in, accept a leave quest, hand it in, so on.
Some requests, for instance, are better assigned to those who demonstrate a certain degree of finesse and persistence, and the calluses upon your hands tell me that you are one such person. I understand that you may feel some trepidation, given the somewhat lax selection process. As you like as not suspect, the Forum would never officially recognize a traveler from another nation as a gleaner. Unofficially, however, we're up to our necks in requests as of late, and they're coming in faster than ever before. We'll take any talent we can get, and pay good coin for it, so please, tell me you're interested.
Okay.
You may now undertake Gleaner leaves by speaking with Griggy.
Okay, just wanted that unlocked basically. There's somewhere. Okay. Let's tell them what we found out.
Welcome back, Shauna. Been for a walk and cleared your head, have you?
Yeah, we actually found some information. Might be of interest.
Not exactly. We did some impromptu investigating and turned up information on the Gleaners. It makes sense. The Gleaners take their requests directly from institutions and bureaucrats, but as you say, they ultimately answer to the Forum. A sudden and significant increase in Gleaner traffic and in cargo. It certainly gives the impression of an overarching plan being put into motion.
Let us see what theory we can build from the facts. As Y'shtola observed earlier, Numenon's archives appear to contain no information concerning the final days. Coupled with what Shauna and Alizé learned at the last stand, we can be reasonably sure that most Sharlaeans know nothing of that particular period of ancient history. Yet my father and his colleagues are not only familiar with the final days, but are also somehow certain that the destruction being perpetrated by the Teleforowi is wholly unlike these apocalyptic events. Moreover, the Forum claims to be so occupied by a duty of such pressing importance that they saw fit to unanimously deny Eorzea's request for aid. And now the Gleaners, official agents of the state, have been mobilized on an unprecedented scale.
I do not think it a stretch to conclude that the Gleaners' recent activities are in service to the Forum's secretive ends. In which case, our next course of action seems obvious. We visit Labyrinthos and assess the situation for ourselves. And if we're lucky, the Gleaners will be far more receptive to our questions.
An idea? What should we expect down there? Anything would be better than burying my head in a dusty tome? What should we expect down there?
Oh, I would hate to spoil the surprise.
As for myself, there are a few more subjects I should like to research. I may join you later, but feel free to leave behind your borrowed books and be on your way. I'll see to it that each is returned to its proper place.
That would be a great help. Thank you, Ruha. Let's head down the stairs over there, and I'll show you where the entrance is.
Okay. So, over here.
Ready? Labyrinthos is not too far from here, but you may find the path a bit disorienting. I'll take the lead, so stay close.
Follow Alizé and try not to fall.
Okay. Oh my god, why? Game developers, seriously, stop doing this shit where like a character walks slower than our walking speed. Just fucking stop that. Like, if you're gonna make them move slow, make them move at our walking speed. Anything else is absolutely idiotic. Okay, at least her running speed is kind of the same as ours. So I'm guessing just up here, I would assume. Yeah, let's see, move. Over this way.
Here we are. Through this door and down the stairs. You did remember to attune to the shard back there, didn't you? It will make your life much easier if you need to come back in a hurry. Otherwise, we should keep moving.
Yeah, I've already attuned to that one. This also leads inside the Rustra. Why does this make me think of the place where Stola goes down during the, like, in the trailer? Only this place is not as deep. Then that place is like somewhere else. And a Chocobo Keeper. Gotta be honest, that mask with that outfit looks a bit strange.
We're all here now, yes? I've taken the liberty of securing permission for our group's descent. Right, everyone onto the lift and down we go.
And cutscene, I'm guessing? Possibly with, like, introduction of the area and so on.
Deep beneath the scholar's city shines a false sun within a fabricated sky.
Damn.
In any age exist those who consider the floor an extension of their bookshelves. And this vault's architects surely belonged to that special breed. If the stack grows too high, start a new one. If no room remains, then make more rooms. A simple solution at first, and then bit by bit, a profound transformation. Knowledge buried beneath knowledge, a growing, creeping labyrinth from which there is no escape.
Old and empty labyrinthus.
Not what you expected. I must admit, the artifice is very convincing. But I assure you that we are beneath Sharlayan itself. The breeze you feel, the flowing waters you hear, all created by the hand of man.
The island is volcanic, you see, and once upon a time this great hollow must have been a reservoir for magma. It was discovered some 400 years ago, at which point it was repurposed as a storage facility for scrolls and samples and such. Renovations have continued, with nigh on no interruption to this day, with the lower levels still undergoing expansion.
Aren't those people gleaners?
Aye, judging by their dress. They are said to work alone as a rule, but 'twould seem that rule is being enthusiastically broken today. It may be as you suspected, that they are engaged in a task apart from the norm.
Let's spread out and get some answers then.
Ugh.
Huh?
Did you call to me just now?
No.
No. How odd. I must be a bit dizzy from the descent. I'll be fine, I'm sure. Let's get to work, shall we?
Gonna assume that the sky in here is probably reflected of what it is outside. We also have mounts and so on. And I wonder where the I'm playing on that now. The Michael gemstone vendor is located. We don't have access to that until we have done a few quests.
You here to help or give me more headaches? Because you don't have the look of a gleaner, and I'm in no mood for idle chatter. One of my colleagues was so exhausted he took a tumble and crashed into a pile of crates. Now I have a pack of marmots running loose. Your exchange with Erenville has taught you about exhausted gleaners.
Okay. Jump bunker. And a vendor as well here.
Let me think. The Rhea seeds should be item 1058, cumin seeds 1059, snurpleberry 1060, or were they 1061? Arg, my head feels like it's stuffed with moko grass. Why more loads to take out than carry in? Why do all this at once and risk mixing it up? What if someone mistakes the Coearthan carrots for the Girabanyan carrots? What then?
Your exchange with Tyev has taught you about large shipments coming in and out of Labyrinthos.
Okay. Then we have Dobbin.
You want to know what I'm doing? Hauling books. And ore. And fauna. If it needs hauling, I haul it. Every decade or so, they take stock in Labyrinthos, you know, sort and tidy up the inventory. Never seen an operation like this before, though. They just did one a few summers ago, even. Then, with no warning at all, this mess gets dropped in our laps. Orders from on high. Damned if I know the reason. Could be that they're changing the layout, preparing for the next big expansion. Your exchange with Dobbin has taught you about taking stock in Labyrinthos.
Okay. Trial.
Any luck, Shauna? What tales did the gleaners have to tell? So this grand operation began without warning? And for every item they bring in, they're sending more inventory somewhere else. That would explain the haggard faces I've been seeing. We were right, the Forum is definitely up to something. And they're turning Labyrinthos upside down in the process. We would do well to learn more of what, specifically, the Gleaners are being tasked to do, as well as who has tasked them to do it. If you're game, Shauna, I have an idea. Didn't one of the Gleaners you questioned say something about escaped marmots? Perhaps if you were to help him capture said creatures, he might be inclined towards a more friendly and enlightening conversation. In the meantime, I will turn my charms upon this Gleaner here. We can compare notes afterwards. Happy hunting!
Okay. You have some fates around here. Yeah, so the lower parts of this seems to be kind of the same level-ish as the eastern part of Thepnir. So I'm gonna have access to that. So I'm assuming, like I assumed originally, the round part down here is not accessible to us right now. And we probably only have access to the part up here.
You wish to help me find the marmots? I've nothing suitable to pay you for your services, but if you're offering out of the goodness of your heart, I'd welcome the assistance. The name is Erenville, friend. Specialist in the collection of live specimens. That said, the capture of these Naxian marmots is a trial I've no desire to repeat. Grizzled mice, they call them. For a mercy, There are no other marmot species on this tier at present, so there should be no mistaking our little fugitives. If you happen to catch any, stuff them in this sack. Gently, of course. Where to begin, you wonder? I've not seen any scampering around here, so we'll need to widen our search into the surrounding forest. Be on your guard. There are beasts out there that won't hesitate to prey on a marmot, for you. I'll search the trees to the west. The eastern part of the forest is all yours. Good luck.
Let's see, this place looks very cool. Just very nice in general. So let's see here. I guess that means that the lower part down there, the area over there, is not accessible to us, and we can only go till this cliff, as far as I can see. So we need to go over here. Let's see, I'm gonna assume that we need to do a few quests before we can unlock the why am I blanking on that now? The Bygala Gemstone Trader. And I'm hoping that they are located down here. So these things both serves as lamps, but possibly also like weather and temperature control sort of stuff. Let's see. Search for those mammoths or marmots. Ah, there it is. Grizzled mouse.
Barely have you readied the sack when the grizzled mouse scampers off into the underbrush.
Damn it. Guessing we're probably gonna get a quest that sends us down here at some point, and at the same time we might, if it is down here, unlock the I call it Gemstone Trader. Oh. Okay. Stone sack, supposedly large enough to hold one or more squirming marmots.
The rodent nimbly evades your grasp before once more disappearing into the trees.
It's probably also going to, in between streams, do a few fates here so I can unlock faster mount speeds. Because my god, is the mount speed slow as hell. I'm gonna assume that it's probably up here. Ah, there it is.
More prepared for its speed this time, you succeed in closing the sack over your elusive quarry.
Back to Grand Vial. At least that's how I assume you would pronounce it. Yes, someone is doing this fate over here. What it looks like, considering it's only been, what, 3 minutes or so since it spawned in, and it's already at 41%. 50 now, so probably someone doing something over there.
How did you fare? I tracked down 3 of the pack, which leaves 1 unaccounted for.
The sack holds the plop, wriggling form of one greatly annoyed result of house.
Ah, there's the odd marmot out. Wait here a moment while I put our friends in a holding cage. Thankfully, the marmots seem to be unharmed. They've held up well in isolation, but it's much too soon to release them into the habitat.
This might also be the first male Viera we've actually talked to, if I'm not mistaken.
It's a good thing we were able to recapture them so swiftly. You have my thanks.
Who tasked you to capture them in the first place? What will they do with the marmots now? Yeah, who tasked you? It's kind of what we need to know.
Why, the authority in charge of Labyrinthos, now and in perpetuity. The same officials who've had us working day and night of late, the honorable members of the Forum, who else? Suitable for consumption and easy to breed, those were the 2 conditions I was given for the stock I was instructed to procure. I don't know what the Forum has planned for these creatures, but at the very least, I doubt they'll be served for dinner today or tomorrow.
There you are, Shauna. Is this the gleaner you mentioned? The one who was looking for lost marmots?
Interesting company you keep, friend. Who are you folk, anyway?
I am Kryl of the students of Baldessian. These others are my associates. Truth be told, the Forum's decisions of late have not sat entirely well with us. That is why we made the descent into Labyrinthos. We hoped that by seeing those decisions put into action, we might more fully understand their reasoning.
Wise and practical. Never hurts to try and gain a broader perspective, does it? Anyway, duty calls, other animals to capture and enclosures to empty. Once again, I'm sorry that I can't offer you more for your services.
Did you learn anything new from your friend there?
That much.
So we've confirmed that the order for this ambitious operation did indeed come directly from the Forum. However, the Gleaners have not been informed of its purpose. I'd say that fits with everything we've heard thus far.
We also discovered when the operation was begun. The Forum contacted the Gleaners Guild ship and put their people to this great work some 4 days after the Telephora we made their chilling declaration. As seasoned travelers, the Gleaners keep abreast of news from every corner of the world out of necessity. Thus am I inclined to trust that their calendar of events is accurate.
Altogether, it gives the distinct impression that this undertaking was a sudden and unexpected development. Yet I find it hard to believe that such a comprehensive restructuring of Labyrinthos and its archives could have been planned in so brief a window. Nay, this plan was long in the making, they were but awaiting the right time to put it into effect. And the Telephora's declaration was what set it all in motion? It seems likely. But let us not leap to conclusions just yet. For the moment, I suggest we conduct a wider investigation of Labyrinthos. The more facilities we visit, the more pieces of the puzzle we stand to find. In that case, how about we head to the Archean? From there, we can reach the lower.
Oh.
Kryl. What's wrong? I'm fine, truly. The sudden descent has left me with a bit of headache, that's all. Nothing that will stop me from soldiering on. Let's be about it, Then.
At least allow me to take the lead. I'm fairly certain I remember the way to the Archean. We follow the path east, through the forest where you were chasing after that mouse, or marmot, was it? Anyway, 'tis the trolls you need to watch out for.
Okay. Still gonna assume that the Icon Gemstone Bender is gonna be over here, which is really just what I'm hoping. And that it's not like the for now situation where it's like, oh yeah, you can't get that until you get way further in the area. Which honestly was kind of annoying. Just curious, are there any achievements? Nope, just explore every location and tune to the or basically just get flying.
Behold, the Archean. As Numenon serves as Charleon's literary archive, so does this structure house the city's wealth of material data. The architecture, too, is similar. This building you see is merely the upper entrance, an access point to the vaults carved into the cliffside itself. Within those vast rooms are stored countless samples and specimens, as well as the detailed records which describe them. In a manner of speaking, the Archean contains a physical history of Charleon's unwavering dedication to the accumulation of knowledge.
And we got a few quests that appeared. See, I'll just quickly go through this. Get these things unlocked. And yep, it's Gemstone Trader. Nice. And we also have a triple strat match we can play. I'm gonna assume
in the market for something on the rarer side.
Can't get
got
the
a
map
whole village
right
worth
now.
of surplus from the Archean, some of which can even be yours for some bicolor gemstones. You now have access to this region, successfully completing local.
Yeah, it is as I thought. Can't buy that until I get to rank 2, I guess. A little bit annoying, but oh well. I should probably also unlock this. Alright, next quest. Deeper into the maze.
Well, we won't learn anything of value standing out here. Let us proceed into the main building and speak with the custodian. Greetings. We are here to peruse the Archean's vaults. Peruse. You are clearly not gleaners, then. Might I ask your affiliation?
We belong to the students of Baldessian, but, is that relevant? I was given to believe that the vaults, those open to the public, at least, were, open to the public.
Ordinarily, yes, that would be the case. At present, however, access is restricted. Only persons directly involved in the reorganization efforts are permitted to enter.
Not us, then. I suppose we had better move along to another facility. This building has a lift which connects to the middle tier, yes? Might we at least make use of that?
That service has also been suspended, I am afraid. For the time being, priority has been given over to the conveyance of inventory.
What? So this is as far as we can go?
I apologize for the inconvenience. Please come again after our restructuring operation is concluded.
By that time, it will be too late. And we were so close to getting answers. We need to rethink our approach. Let us step outside for the moment, shall we?
Students of Bald Sen.
I wouldn't be surprised if he was told not to let us in, just in general.
We are at an impasse. As we have no other leads, I should like to pursue this one further. But I doubt that our stone-faced custodian will be swayed by heartfelt pleas. We must seek another means to access the lower levels. 'Tis likely that the people in this area are involved in the restructuring in one way or another. If we were to ingratiate ourselves, they might allow us to accompany them on the lift. Let us ask around. Surely someone is in need of a few strong backs to lighten the load.
Speak with people outside the place. But we're a worker.
What's that? Take you down on the lift with me? Sorry, but not a chance. I've been up and down all day, and only now have I finally found a spare moment to rest. I did see a gleaner fellow heading out the gate there, though. Shouldering a large pack, engaged in some manner of task. Maybe he'll be headed down below after he's done with whatever it is he's doing.
And then I'm guessing there's someone over this way. Probably. Ah, yep. Used student.
Am I taking the lift? Oh, no, we're just students. They won't let us into the Archean, even though we found. Actually, we have no idea what it is we found, there's no record of such a creature anywhere. But it was wandering around Tranquility, and so we thought to donate it to the vaults. Oddest little squeal, don't you think? Anyway, I suppose we'll have to take care of it until the Archean is open again.
Okay, gonna find the egg-bearing here then. I'm wondering, can I jump through this? Nope. Let's see here. Where is there? Ah, Urn Vial.
Quiet. You'll frighten it away.
Urn Vial is
it's you
going to
again.
play a big role in this.
I don't mean to be rude, but I'm in the middle of another task. The Cloudkin I need to capture is close. Very close. You wish to help me with this, too. You spend your time in unusual ways, my friend. Still, 2 hunters are generally better than 1. Very well. The canal here is a common gathering spot for birds of all kinds, but the one I'm after today is the hornbill. Its feathers are green, and its cry a distinctive caw. Single it out and shoot it with the sleeping dart.
Okay, is it one of those shooting?
The effects are short-lived, so I'll lie in wait down by the riverbank to claim our quarry. Be sure to hit the right one. Search your surroundings for the hornbill. You may move the camera, as well as zoom.
Okay, so I had a caw and green wings. Might be this one. Or not. One perhaps. sure it's that one because it said car. Was what he said. It would say. Oh. Where's cutscene, perhaps? Maybe not.
A fair shot.
His voice. Also, his voice seems very low.
Nicely done. Let me truss this one up and I'll make my way over to you.
It was just the first sentence he said. Also been because of the water.
There you are. Any new revelations?
So you met with that gleaner again, this time to capture a hornbill. I understand catching and bringing in creatures from the outside, but what's the point of chasing after ones already here?
Oh, it's a simple thing, really. Occasionally, we remove specimens no longer needed for study, or those we've had difficulty raising. But we can't simply turn them loose. Safely returning such creatures to their native habitats is another facet of a cleaner's duties. But not in this case, I'm afraid. I've been asked to bring the bird below.
The restricted section in the lower levels of Labyrinthos. Open only to a select few researchers handpicked by the Forum. The projects down there are the subject of rumor and hearsay. Forbidden magics. Advanced technologies that can never be allowed to fall into outside hands. Even Archons are not privy to the truth. Those who are, the researchers involved in this secretive work, are not permitted to walk freely in the city, and are instead required to live in isolated quarters.
What could a facility subject to such strict security protocols possibly need with a hornbill? An experiment?
Possibly. I wasn't afforded an explanation. But judging by the requisition list given to me and my colleagues, I doubt it's for any kind of advanced research. I'd be more inclined to believe we were making preparations to migrate to the south. Mericidia or thereabouts.
What? Why would you say that?
Much of the flora and fauna we were asked to procure could serve as reliable sources of sustenance. They're comparatively hardy species, too, able to endure harsh climates. And among them are specimens known to be effective in improving soil quality and purifying water.
When you put it that way, migration does sound like a reasonable assumption.
That's all it is, though. An assumption. Through our tasks, we gleaners glimpse only bits and pieces of the Forum's plans. Our prime concern is that our requisitions, be they living or otherwise, are properly preserved for the knowledge of future generations. Now, I really must be going. I regret that I cannot reward you as you deserve.
Perhaps you might reward us after a fashion, then. It is imperative that we reach the lower levels. And seeing as you are already set to descend with your assigned cargo, mayhap we could accompany you as your assistants.
I'm afraid that won't be possible. Once the animals have been prepared for transport, we send them down separately via the lift. I will of course follow after to make my report, but I can hardly pass you off as porters when there's nothing left to carry.
Indeed. Pray forget I said anything.
How do you feel about climbing? If you've strength and the courage to brave it, then there is another way down.
Oh.
This path leads to the 33rd facet, a mine shaft excavated during one of our expansions of Labyrinthos. While I cannot guarantee that the passage is safe to traverse, it should provide access to the medial circuit below.
I never even knew such a place existed. Thank you. This is the perfect solution.
You're quite welcome, but consider yourselves warned. If the going proves too treacherous, you do well to turn back. I bid you good day.
If this guy's gonna be important to the story,
Well, turning
in
back is hardly an
Labyrinthos.
option, not when we've come this far. Let's go and take a look at this mine shaft.
Off to the mine shaft then. Okay, so that's apparently supposed to allow us to get down below, I guess. Look here, let's see, I guess go through the mine shaft, it's probably this thing, so we end up down here. Which might mean we basically get access to this lower section. Maybe? Let's see. I guess I can quickly let's get this place marked on my map. Right here. Tropophiles deep. I think that's what it says.
This must be it, the entrance to the mine shaft. 'Tis faint, but I hear something moving within. Creatures homed there by the researchers, you think? Well, slavering beasts aside, we will need to watch our footing. We should tighten our straps and such before we continue.
I'm curious, is there no blue quests yet?
Assuming everyone's tightened their straps and checked their gear, then I say we head on in. Given the terrain ahead, though, it might be wise to leave some distance between us. We don't want to be stumbling over each other if it comes to a fight. Take it slow, and don't forget to check your surroundings from time to time. We can meet up again at the other end of the tunnel.
I hope Krile ends up being okay in there though, since she apparently has been having some of those headaches. Aaron to beat any enemies right up here. Throw caps. Let's get them. This is the 33rd pheasant. So survey next area and find more enemies. And then we just need to exit and speak with Alphino. Does this didn't seem like such a bad climb? Field circuits.
Everyone seems to have made it through without incident. Nothing of consequence, at least. And, as promised, the tunnel has delivered us into the medial circuit. As I recall, this tier is where they keep a wide variety of samples for agricultural production. If Aaronville's assumption holds true, that specimens are being collected in preparation for a great migration, then we should see evidence of such plans in the area's research projects. Let's follow the path to the nearest farming facility and see what we see.
Okay. I do kind of want to get this spot here on the map quickly discovered. I'm assuming I can probably do by simply going up to the door, maybe even inside. Perhaps. Yep. Logisticon Alpha, I think it said. Yep. And that cast stretches over there, but we probably don't have access to that yet. So up here. So that's a gardening area. I'm guessing those are the grapes that the fan base.
Aha, now I know where we are. This is Merial Agronomics.
I'm pretty sure those might have been the grapes that the player base were both hating and loving at the same time, because apparently when the Endwalker released, I think those might have been the grapes that had like absolutely atrocious like models, like the they were basically like extremely like just square in it in a way. But then apparently, like, I think it might have been in 6.1, they updated how they looked, and the players were a bit sad about that, as far as I remember.
Labyrinthos is host to a wide variety of vegetation, which allows us to conduct studies on cultivation methods utilized in foreign lands. And it is this facility which coordinates and oversees those efforts. The fruits of their research go to feed their Labyrinthos colleagues, or so I hear. More notable successes might make it to the Agra. Foods so exotic you'd be hard-pressed to guess their origin, let alone how they might taste. Indeed. Mystery vegetables without a name, only a list of nutritional benefits scribbled on a card.
I see no gleaners hereabouts, yet these workers seem to share that same sense of urgency. 'Tis possible they know something of the forum's plans and their underlying motivations. Worth looking into, wouldn't you say? See what you can coax from the workers. The rest of us will do the same or cast about for useful clues.
So, gather information at this place to find 3 of them. Jepka.
Oh, hello there. We weren't expecting visitors, not with use of the lift being restricted. How did you make it down here, anyway?
The tunnel.
The mineshaft, you say? Well, you're a much hardier soul than I. Under normal circumstances, I'd reward such tenacity with a guided tour of the fields, but I'm afraid the forum has us filling order lists a mile long. Massive yet detailed requests. Literal wagon loads of crop samples, and hardly any time to put them together. When I first heard of this grand reorganization, I assumed we would be shuffling around old stock to make room for the new. Then came the orders for ridiculous quantities of seeds we've already thoroughly researched. Passing strange, eh? I pressed for an explanation, and was met with vague assurances that all would be revealed in due course. Not the most satisfying answer.
And that's not very satisfying. Then we got the and overwhelmed the labor.
Do I have ought to be taken down below? More than I can carry, and then some. Most of our stock is sent off via the cargo lift, but some has been earmarked for aerial transport. Hence the stack of crates atop that hill over there. Gods, hauling the lot up that slope was a job and a half.
Okay, and then we got a harried harvester. Apparently these grapes were apparently like a lot more, like, I guess it was probably the polygons on it were just like very sharp in a way.
What crops are we raising? Well, as you can see, this one is a variety of grape. Only needs a good source of sunlight to grow, and the conditions here are nothing short of perfect. Hardly surprising, given that it's native to a particular locale in the very place upon which Labyrinthos was modeled, a region in the south of Ilsabard. It boasts remarkable habitat diversity, allowing for myriad flora and fauna to thrive. Chilly peaks in the north give way to swaths of temperate plains, which in turn transition into a hot, humid coastline. Such bountiful territory is ever contested, as you might expect. Used to be called Corvos before the Imperials renamed it Locus Amoenus. The Forum saw it not as a prize, however, but as a researcher's ideal environment, one whose climates we strove to recreate within the confines of Labyrinthos. It's since provided a rich foundation for countless experiments in cultivation.
Investigate the stacked boxes that are apparently getting airlifted or something like that. It's got some stray onions and tomatoes, apparently. Where are those boxes? Ah, there they are.
The labels on these crates tell the story of their contents, bundles of common seeds and saplings, accompanied by sheaves of reports.
Just cutscene, perhaps. Oh.
Hard to look away, isn't it? But they're more than pretty flowers. Heart blooms are attuned to ambient emotion.
You don't seem convinced, but believe me, it's true. This ashen grey, for instance, it mirrors the anxiety and urgency of those working nearby as they rush to fulfill sudden orders. Intense feelings like those spur the petals to change colour. Bright glowing hues in the presence of joy, dark subdued shades for frustration or despair. Yet even with the collected wisdom of Sharlayan at our disposal, we've yet to identify the underlying principle of this empathic effect. And there are other mysteries besides. Although the flower is extraordinarily long-lived, its low reproductive rate has made it difficult to find younger populations growing in the wild. With too few sightings to map its distribution, and no closely related species to track, we've been unable to pinpoint its land of origin. To further complicate matters, every culture, even dimly aware of its existence, has given it a different name and mythos. Our attempts to study it via the historical record have been an exercise in frustration. As an avid botanist myself, I should one day like to unravel the Heartbloom's secrets. But I'm afraid other duties must take precedence. I will leave you to your thoughts.
Well, thank you for the information.
Have you learned aught of interest?
Learned a bit about some flowers.
A flower that reacts to one's feelings? Strange. I must say, I have never heard of such a thing.
This is all very fascinating. But as it stands, we've failed to gain any significant insight into the Forum's undertaking.
Indeed. While there is certainly enough activity to support Erenville's supposition that a priority has been placed on improving food production, unfortunately for our investigation, these workers were never informed as to how their duties serve the master plan.
If only we could interrogate the Forum members directly.
What was that?
Isn't that the entrance to the Archaean? Look, there. I think that's Erenville.
A little difficult to tell from here, but I think you're right. He did say he was coming down to make his report.
Erenville receives his orders from the Forum. Would it not follow, then, that the superior to whom he reports is a Forum member, or at least a close associate?
You mean to eavesdrop on their conversation? What of the risks?
Ours alone to bear. We won't interfere with Erenville's work, nor will he be implicated as an accomplice. If you're not comfortable taking part, I can do this alone.
Nay. I said myself that I wished to know Father's intentions. And no answers will be forthcoming should we simply ask nicely.
We can apologize later, should it come to it. Right now, we need every crumb of information we can get our hands on. Consequences be damned.
It might be best if you came along as well. In fact, we should all... Cryle?
Oh, yes. That certainly sounds like a plan.
I'm glad you agree.
Quickly! Erenville is on the move. We need to get closer before we lose him.
Almost. I can almost reach you.
Yeah, I would assume that probably has something to do with Kryle's echo in some way. Has been having headaches.
Forgive me, my attention has been elsewhere. We were following Erenville, weren't we? Is Kryle still feeling unwell? I've never seen her so distracted. Keep an eye on her, but keep moving, too. We cannot let our quarry slip away.
Any new quests that have popped up? Nope, no new blue quests. Full report, warts and all.
Erenville was headed westwards along the path outside the Archean. Come, we can still catch him.
Go and speak with Yostola over this way. It looks like we're gonna get access to this area over here as well. Our first visit due to the level of the fate over there.
Hold a moment. I have an idea. If memory serves, that colossal wall-like structure is Logisticon Beta, one of Labyrinthos' climate control centers. It should have its own lifts, with which one could access the upper or lower tiers. If I were an agent of the Forum, it would make for a convenient meeting place. But even if we happen to find Erenville in the company of said agent, we cannot expect them to reveal issues of importance as we nonchalantly stroll past. Nay, we shall have to remain undetected.
If only Graha and his vanish spell were here.
Oh, but there are other ways of turning invisible. Hippity hop, my little toads. Goodness.
Wait. Oh my god. Oh my god.
Unaccustomed to transfiguration? Worry not. It will wear off with the passage of time. I suggest you and your green companions hop along and catch up with Erenville. Should you feel the magics fading, return to me and I will refresh the enchantment.
Forget about it.
And what am I to do in the meantime? Wait here with me. In your current state of mind, you'd be as likely to leap into the jaws of a predator as you would learn anything of note. Which reminds me, where the creatures hereabouts. In that form, you are essentially defenseless.
You have changed into a toad. You must remain transfigured in order to progress with quest objectives. You will return from your transfigured status if you move too far away. Look to your map for the transfiguration's area of effect. Speak with Y'shtola to restore or prolong the transfiguration.
Okay. So we got 29 minutes of the buff.
Ribbit, Ribbit, Ribbit. Alfie Toad and Ali Toad are now accompanying you. Keep them at your side in order to proceed with quest objectives.
Toad and Alley Toad. Oh my god, the fucking names. I did not expect that.
You can leave your quest companions behind by entering a different... If you wish to have your companions join you again...
I don't need to know that. Jesus.
Ribbit, ribbit. Ribbit.
I'm not gonna get any info from them. Huh. That's the first time I've ever seen a large, like, square box on the map. Huh. Huh. Okay, so we need to move down this way, it seems. Then it's that spot. See if they have anything special to say, or it's just like a ribbit.
Ribbit. Ribbit, ribbit. Alfie Toad attempts and fails to shake his head, but you nevertheless understand that he is telling you this is the wrong way. Ribbit, ribbit. Ribbit, ribbit. Alley Toad turns to face the north. Perhaps she is suggesting you cross the bridge.
Okay, so we're supposed to maybe go up this way, or but let's cross here and then circle up around, I guess. Just need to be sure that I don't get attacked by these things. Please don't turn around. That seems like the right place. Where's cutscene, perhaps? You made a fucking clip of that.
I trust you will find your compensation to be more than satisfactory. We wish to make clear that we are pleased with the efficiency and thoroughness of your work.
Okay.
So much.
Fuck. Fuck. I thought I had time to basically make it skip the first dialogue box, but never not.
Another lengthy list.
I guess he basically just got told that he has.
If I may speak frankly, the Gleaners have been pushed to the point of collapse by your unending demands. We are not familiars to be exploited. We are Sharlayan scholars, and we deserve an explanation for this unseemly treatment. What warrants such urgency?
In an age long past, Sharlayan was charged with a momentous duty. And now that word of the final days hangs heavy in the air, the time has come for us to fulfill that charge. I can say no more, but I promise you this. All will be revealed in due course. And when it has, you will understand that your toil was in service to the greatest good.
Then I will do your bidding. For now. But unless you wish the Gleaners to rise up in protest, I advise you to offer tangible improvements for our working conditions. Your promised revelation does nothing to address present circumstances.
A fair point. Your concerns will be conveyed to the Forum.
I hope that was informative. You may consider my debt to you repaid in full. While I do have my reservations about the Forum, I want to believe that they have our best interests at heart. Which is why I'm reassured that you're busy sniffing out the truth of things. We can ill afford to place all our eggs in one basket, this master plan of theirs, without first understanding the risks involved.
I'm guessing he would basically like see through our disguise because he just deals with like animals so much that he could see that yeah, this is not normal.
Wait! How did you know it was us?
If you mean to impersonate a toad, try studying the real thing. And don't try to fool an expert.
Yeah. My other assumption would have been something like, oh yeah, this species of toad does not exist in the labyrinth, thus could also have been one.
I suppose we should have known a gleaner who specializes in animal procurement would not be so easily deceived. Yet he seemed inclined to put his trust in us all the same. More importantly, perhaps, we've discovered a new piece of the puzzle, this momentous duty the Forum agent mentioned. Charlian has been called to action, and the Teleforowi's declaration was the catalyst. Whatever charge it is they hope to fulfill, they deem it of sufficient import to disrupt all of Labyrinthos, not to mention ignore A or Zia's request for aid.
Any new loot quest? Oh, there's one there. Hostile Troll. That's also the only one. Guide of Sorts. Okay.
What duty could warrant the direct involvement of the Forum and the commitment of all its resources?
Microsoft Samus Alice 8 kills you. I mean, it is basically all females that are getting that voice. I actually don't even know if it's Microsoft Sam. I don't remember the name of it.
Judging by what we just heard, none of the gleaners were offered any kind of explanation. At this point, it seems abundantly clear that we'll learn nothing new by pressing them further. We should head back to Y'shtola and Kryl for the moment. See what they think of this.
We can check which voices are actually being used. Let's see here. Or let's see, it is Microsoft David and Microsoft Sierra that is being used. 6 actually got the names right. Yeah, I basically someone basically put out a it's not always, but I have used a lexicon, I think it's called, that someone has made for the text-to-speech to basically help it basically pronounce certain things a bit more. For example, Estinian, it didn't know how to really pronounce. I think it went like Estinian originally, but after I implemented the lexicon, I think it was called lexicon. It's actually called that thing. Yep, lexicon. It started kind of saying correctly. Is this a Fight Club thing? I don't know. I actually haven't watched Fight Club. Oh yeah. Now I get what it is. We'll talk about Fight Club. It technically is, yeah. I forgot about that for a second.
Welcome back. I trust you found Erinville, then?
But, welcome to the stream. Basatai? I'm assuming it's pronounced. Could be wrong though. Because... Okay, it is correct. Good. It's just that sometimes some people that like make their username might have a different way of like it's supposed to be pronounced, but so I have no clue. So I always try and ask if I'm actually saying it correctly, because might as well. Okay, so let's see here. What are we going to do
Interesting.
now?
I had a feeling you would learn something important, even if that something was simply a confirmation that no one knows much of anything. We should share this with Kryl, then discuss how we'd like to proceed.
Wait, where is Kryl? Bassfish, base, boss. Ty usually is, you're fine with. Alright. Okay.
Assuming we find her back at the farm. She was still behaving oddly, so I bade her return and rest there.
So, boss it's high.
Perhaps not the best decision, in hindsight. Would you mind checking near those flowers she was so entranced by? The rest of us can survey the more distant areas, just in case she decided to wander.
So she's apparently back at the flowers, I guess? I wonder what she's doing there, because he seems to be kind of paying a lot of attention to those flowers. I wonder why. Get the feeling it might be due to her echo, which I'm assuming is what is causing her, like, the headaches or the pain. Wondering what could be actually going on with that whole thing. I guess just check up near the flowers. She's there. Okay. Get a voice cutscene, perhaps. And it looks like it. Oh.
For you. The spell will keep it from wilting. She said you would need it for the journey ahead.
Ooh. Is it, Heidelin?
Will you speak with her now? I cannot hope to match Minfilia's clarity, of course, but...
Wait, hold on. What the fuck?
Thank you.
What?
Do not worry. She has lent me her body for only a moment.
Okay.
Just as I could not save the first from the flood of light, it has become arduous for me to interact with the physical world without assistance. Though I might converse with you for a time, the incorporeal form I assumed on the ship would be incapable of casting even the simplest enchantment. It is in the depths of the ethereal sea, the place to which all life returns, where my influence is greatest. After Minfilia's sacrifice on the first, it was to the sea, Here in the source, where I ferried her soul, I wished that gentle spirit to find rest in the world she loved so well. Her, and another who may yet have a part to play, though that will depend on you. Take the flower, walk free, for you are free, to go where you wish, to believe what you will. That bloom will be your guide, test and proof of your conviction. In darkness, seek joy. Surrender not to sadness, and see beyond despair. Walk free, and bear the light for others to follow. Together, raise it aloft and let it shine, till the end, blinding and radiant.
And Kryla's back.
That was all too brief. Already she seems so far away. My apologies if I startled you. Ever since we began our descent into Labyrinthos, I had sensed another's will, straining to reach out. Even with my particular talents, though, I was unable to make a connection at first, so weak and tenuous it was. Once I took hold of that wispy thread, imagine my surprise to discover it was Heidelin herself. Needless to say, it seemed wise to learn what we could before letting go. Her answers were more cryptic than I would have liked, but at least she left us with a guide of sorts, that unusual flower. Yes, we are definitely making progress. You can't be serious! We've done nothing wrong!
Oh. Oh no. Also, I'm pretty sure the, I guess Highland's theme or something played during that, or version of it, and it's
Master
Betty
Fortuno,
Louisois.
what business has the Forum with us?
Obstruction and suppression, apparently.
Mistress Baldessian, our records show you facilitated the Scions' entrance into Sharlayan by claiming them as assistants for your organization.
Music made it 10 times better. From what I understand, the song that played there is a, I guess, version, is a heavily edited version or alternate version of whatever you want to call it, rendition of a song that plays in the essentially trailer slash opening cutscene, I guess you can kind of call it, for A Realm Reborn, where there's also like lyrics and so on, which was also the ending cutscene for the original version of Final Fantasy XIV, where it's basically like, oh yeah, the world is about to get destroyed. So that was an in-game event. And from what I understand, that song has been used several times. And from what I've read, it's apparently also used like near the end of this expansion, as far as I understand, or something big. I just don't know the exact thing about it. Answers is his name. Okay, it was Answers, because I think I heard it yesterday as well. And I said that it might be called Answers, but I couldn't fully remember if it was Answers or not. But yeah, that song is very powerful, because I basically also listened to it in full the other day, and gotta say, after I've playing, that was just like after having played through Shadowbringers, gotta say, kind of got a bit of a tear in my eye, just from like how emotional that song is. And also the cutscene is, or the entire cinematic is fucking great. Especially if you also include the bit from the Coils of Bahamut. That bit is still like so fucking hype, that bit, and I love that part. Like from the Coils, that part is just fucking cool. And I'm not gonna try and skip
You're
anything.
aware of your investigations. After alerting the major institutions to the presence of potential troublemakers, we received word from an Archean custodian. A group operating under the auspices of the students, skulking about Labyrinthos and engaging in clandestine behavior.
Clandestine? We may not have entered Sharlayan as scions, but we did naught to conceal our identities. Our only purpose in this city is to seek the truth. I can think of no reason why our actions should warrant the Forum's intervention.
'Tis not our way to discourage the pursuit of knowledge, but the timing of such pursuits must be considered, not to mention their potential impact. With the world in chaos, we, the true caretakers of wisdom, have committed ourselves to an undertaking that demands the utmost discretion. And we will not risk its success by turning a blind eye to disruptive foreign elements in our midst.
What then is to be our fate? Will you put us on a ship back to Eorzea?
The Forum will convene to examine your case. The results of said inquiry will determine your future in this city. As for your absent companion, he has already been detained.
Graha! But why? Is reading a crime now, too?
Reading is encouraged, celebrated even. Not, however, of the volumes shelved in the restricted section of the library.
Refusing to comply will only make matters worse. Let us instead treat this as an opportunity to open a dialogue with the Forum.
Boy went in the back room, yeah.
Silence is often one's best defense. I would advise against prolonging the proceedings with frivolous discourse. But enough. This is not the place for debate. The rostra await.
Let's see the spot. God. So I'm guessing we might be getting close to the end of this part of the, or this path of quests, maybe?
Forgive me. I was careless.
We would have been detained regardless. This way, at least, we managed to stay together. I trust your time within the Forbidden Archives was well spent.
Nice job, Graham.
The Forum will come to order!
This inquiry is now in session. As Speaker-elect, I will be presiding over the day's proceedings. Master Fortuner, would you be so kind as to restate the matter which compelled you to summon your colleagues with such urgency?
With her hood down, I didn't even see that. Notice that?
As you are all aware, we recently denied Eorzea's request for Sharlayan assistance. Since then, certain individuals dissatisfied with our decision have taken it upon themselves to interfere with our work.
Oh yeah,
They entered our nation masquerading as associates of the students of Baldessian. But these malcontents are better known as the Scions of the Seventh Dawn.
Love her little, like, ponytail. Didn't even know she had that. Nice.
These militants wield influence with both the Eorzean and Eastern alliances, and are inextricably involved with the crises presently afflicting the world at large. Loose in our city, these warmongers sought to meddle with and expose matters of state secret. What are they, if not a dire threat to be expelled?
You have tarnished the good name of the students. Galuf would be ashamed.
Galuf Baldessian was never one to forsake his fellow man. Even if this nation closed every door and retreated from the world, he would have found a way to help the Scions, help every soul of this star fight back against the coming doom.
You wanna punch this Fortnite cat in the face? Yeah.
A terrible enemy stands poised to lay waste to all we hold dear. In the face of such madness, Eorzea reached out to Sharlayan, a respected ally, in the hopes of forming a united front. Was your curt dismissal truly the best you could offer? Or are you so preoccupied with your momentous duty of an age long past that even the end of the world is unworthy of your attention?
Whence came this revelation?
From the mouth of a forum member within fortuitous earshot.
Then it seems your findings support my own. The reason I visited the restricted shelves was to study records of the Forum's policymaking process, to better understand the historical trends underlying their most major decisions. At first glance, the positions of neutrality in war and the accumulation of knowledge above all else appear constant and consistent, the unchanging pillars of Sharlayan society. And once upon a time, I might have left it at that. These days, however, I am more attuned to the subtleties of governance, and so I noticed something odd. From a particular point in time, the purpose of these policies shifted. No longer was knowledge preserved for the benefit of society. Rather, society was to be gradually reshaped to ensure the preservation of knowledge. The most conspicuous and telling change was the one which befell Labyrinthos. Once little more than an oversized storehouse, an enormous allocation of funds saw it transformed into an advanced research and archival facility. I also discovered a fascinating account on the finances of our Dravanian colony. The settlement attracted students from far and wide, and the connections and tuition fees thus acquired were funneled into further improvements for the archives. Now, there is no question that our nation's progress is tied to the acquisition of wisdom. Nevertheless, the vast resources diverted for this purpose borders on the obscene. But returning to the matter of when, our change in course appears to have been made some 270 years ago.
The very same period when Sharlayan scholars in the hinterlands began a formal study of the ethereal sea.
Ah.
You found something, did you not? And whatever it was, gave rise to your oh-so-important duty.
Mind your tongue, Archon. If you had seen...
Oh.
Yes, we are bound by a duty we cannot ignore. Knowing this, what would you have us do? Abandon our vital work and join you on the field of battle? We will never choose the way of the sword. We will fulfill our mission not through strife and bloodshed, but survival. Come what may, we shall live on. We must.
Do as you must, then. But we Scions will fight until the heavens fall, until our last breath.
Such misguided zeal.
Father, Master Fortuno.
Just that line in the trailer, time to go home. Yeah. I don't want to go home yet.
I fail to understand the stance you have elected to take. But by the same token, I have yet to find a compelling argument to counter the challenge you put to us in Gridania. Still, in the midst of my uncertainty, I must trust in myself to do what is right, as others have chosen to trust in me. So I will continue, as I always have, weighing the consequences of my every action, and allowing my hope for the future to inform my decisions.
That's quite enough. Have you all forgotten the reason for this assembly?
Skolok Monteshane. He's the head of the studium and an old friend of my grandfather's.
Honestly, every discussion devolves into some interminable debate. Terrible habit. Let's return to the topic at hand, By their own admission, these Scions have resolved to fight alongside the Eorzean nations against the doom which swift approaches. But there exists no evidence of an attempt to incite our citizens to do the same.
True.
Furthermore, while our decision may well have been the correct one, we cannot simply bull our way through these disagreements without inviting doubts or objections. Put yourselves in their place. Who among you would leave a tome unopened if an elder forbid you read it with no reason given? Now, if we're to quell further discontent, then we must conclude this matter with a fair and even hand.
Saying I like this guy. Seems sensible.
Order! We will have order! Master Monteshane raises some valid points. Keeping such concerns in mind, I propose we enforce the following measures. Until further notice, the students of Baldessian are to cease any and all activities within the domain of Sharlian. You will also refrain from any further investigation into the Forum's decisions and duties. Failure to comply with these restrictions will result in the immediate expulsion of your Scion associates. Let us put this judgment to a vote. All in favor, raise your hand. I count 51 for and 48 against. The proposal is passed. Students, Scions, you have heard the Forum's judgment. Pray abide by it, or face the consequences. Honored members, I thank you for your time. This inquiry is concluded.
Okay. They would maybe have had some more advanced way of, I don't know, counting the vote. But I guess not. Just raise your hand. That's it. Seems pretty simple considering that we're in Sharlian. And of course we have a semi-long loading screen there.
Well, at least we've been allowed to remain in the city. And our endless investigations have not been in vain. We now know that this mysterious duty of theirs began with whatever the Forum discovered in the ethereal sea. With our freedoms so sorely curtailed, however, we will struggle to learn aught more of substance here in Sharlian.
Estate visitor. Okay.
The overall picture has grown clearer, yes, but that's in spite of the Forum being so maddeningly vague about this duty of theirs. Why are they so reluctant to explain their actions in plain words? Survival, come what may. Is Father's work so vital that it takes precedence over his own family?
Alphino. Alizea. It is you. When I heard you'd been dragged before the Forum, I came as swiftly as I could. I am so very glad they allowed you to stay.
Is this who I think it is?
Mother?
It is! Hell yeah.
Am Alliance Leveler, at your service.
Alliance. And I think a lot of people that have followed a bit of Final Fantasy stuff knows that she is a person that you can do custom deliveries with, although I think I probably need to complete Olaf and Walker before I can start doing that. My god, people have started making like a lot of memes of just like, because apparently when you're fully maxed out her satisfaction or whatever it is, you can basically dress her up. And I've seen some pictures of people basically going like, oh yeah, here's the entire Tsubi outfit, or just like other weird ass outfits that they've put her in. People who loot Mother Leveler need to stop. Yeah, she doesn't deserve that.
And you fine people must be the Scions of the 7th Dawn. How lovely it is to finally meet you.
Okay, just based on what she said so far, I already love her. She is precious. And needs to be protected.
Mother, please. We don't wish to make things difficult for you. If word reaches Father that you were here.
Oh, bother that. Am I to be chastised for speaking with my own children? I am well aware that you and Master Forsheno are not on the best of terms at the moment, but I've been absolutely desperate to see my darlings again. You will come by the house, won't you? I have gifts waiting. The timing couldn't be better. As matters stand, we shan't be going anywhere until we discuss matters with Thancred's group and reconsider our options. Go, visit your home. We will be back at the annex when you are ready to rejoin us.
Are we perhaps also going there?
I'm not sure Shauna, what do you think? Shauna? The Shauna Majula?
She knows of us?
What a splendid day this has turned out to be. Champion of Eorzea, I insist that you join us.
Yay. We're just dumbfounded.
But we must be quick about it. Not for my own benefit, but should my husband return and find you enjoying our hospitality, the servants will be made to suffer the consequences. Shauna, if you would be so kind as to escort my children to the estate?
This background music is such a vibe, yeah. Like, nice and relaxing.
And then she was gone, and with her any opportunity to protest. Indeed, the matter is settled. Enjoy yourselves, you three.
So I'm gonna assume that once this quest is done, we'll head back to the annex and basically the two quest lines, the one here in Chalian and the one in Devnir, is gonna like come together again.
I apologize. My mother is not one to take no for an answer. Still, I am glad, relieved, even, to see her in such high spirits. What say you, Shauna? Though it seems we shall have little enough time to enjoy it, will you accompany us on our visit home?
Of course.
Fine. If we're going, then let's get it over with. But be sure to stay in the entrance hall, no peeking into our private chambers, thank you very much.
If we can peek into their private chambers, I'm gonna do that. I'm fucking serious about that.
Your room was always perfectly neat and tidy.
Everyone has things they'd rather keep to themselves, don't they? Cherished mementos you couldn't bring yourself to throw away, childhood toys. I mean, God, never mind. The Leveler estate is that way, straight down the stairs. Come on.
Alphino and Alizé are now accompanying you. You can leave if you wish to.
I don't need to know all that. It's kind of annoying that it keeps being like, hey, yeah, let's just make sure you know absolutely how this mechanic works. Like, I know we have to do that. Technically, at this point, we've done it like 3, maybe 4 times, but a few times at least. So I feel like it isn't something we need to get to all the way all the time. Also, this one is square and not circular. Huh.
When Alizé and I were little, this bridge was as far as we were permitted to wander alone. I say alone, but my mother or a servant was always somewhere nearby, keeping a watchful eye. And now look at us. Traveling to different continents, different worlds, even.
As children, Alphino and I would often wait here for our father to come home from work. It must have been a day when his meetings ran long, because I remember growing restless, and leaning out over the railing to watch the water rush by. Father, of course, arrived at that exact moment. Came pounding down the path in a panic, crying out my name.
Guess we won't get to see Alizé's girly bedroom then. Yeah, unfortunately. Although I would actually be kind of surprised if Alizé's room was like extremely girly. I mean, maybe a few like stuffed animals or something, but I don't think it would be like overly girly necessarily. I feel like Alphino's would probably just be like filled with books that kind of fit him.
We used to come here all the time with grandfather. In summer, I would dip my hands and feet in the fountain and splash about. Not Alphino, though, even back then, he wasn't very fond of playing in water. He'd make any excuse to avoid it. Which would explain how I came to swim like an auk, and he sink like a stone.
Oh yes, this is where I first practiced magic on an actual person.
Okay.
Alize had fallen, you see, and scraped her knee quite badly, so I tried casting the simple restorative spell I had only just learned.
Okay.
How she smiled when the wound closed. The joy and relief. That was, I believe, the very moment I chose the healing arts as the main subject of my studies.
I was like, did he cast like a spell on someone, like an attacking spell? Guess not. More sense than it would be a healing spell. Also, I wonder, does this open?
And here you are at last. Please, do come in.
A voice cutscene, perhaps? Oh. Seems like it might be. Maybe?
Welcome home, my lady.
Yes. Looking house so far. I saw a lot of servants actually.
What? What are you gawping at?
At the fact that this is where you grew up. House Lallure is in all its grandeur. Site headquarters seem squalid indeed. Just admiring the craftsmanship. Let's go with this one.
I'll have you know I'm quite fond of the Rising Stones.
Lord Fortuneau is not to hear of this visit. And I should also like the children to have their gifts, ere my husband makes his return.
As you wish, my lady.
What gifts are those, I wonder?
Master Alphino, Mistress Alice, if you would accompany me upstairs.
We shan't be long.
What are they gonna... What's gonna happen to them?
The twins have been sending letters home from time to time, recounting their latest adventures. I am sure they withhold certain details, of course, if only to keep me from worrying. Yet a mother worries all the same. In the early days especially, I tried to support them as best I could, sending the Scion's coin and other such donations. Fortunately, they have found the strength to overcome adversity time and time again. Their words grow more confident with every letter, their depictions more vivid. The triumphs and defeats, the joys and sorrows. It is clear that they have come to find value in every experience. But of those they treasure most, it would seem that meeting you might be the most impactful. Why, since that fateful day, I do believe there has not been a single missive in which you were not mentioned by name.
Aw, that's nice to know.
It is plain they care for you, and I am glad they have such a steadfast companion watching over them. Under normal circumstances, I would offer you tea, but alas, these are anything but. In any event, why don't you keep me company whilst we await my children's return? Perhaps you might regale me with a tale or two of your exploits.
Perhaps. tell you about the time that your children's souls were removed from their bodies and placed in a different world? Or some time? I don't actually know how long they were in the first. That was a whole ordeal. New outfits.
When you mentioned gifts, I wasn't sure what to expect.
New outfits.
Mother,
Oh, look how well it fits you. And the style is to your liking?
New outfits. Hell yeah.
It's perfect. Exactly what I would have chosen. But please, tell me you had something different made for Alphino.
Naturally. You are hardly little children anymore. And while I shall miss dressing you in those precious matching outfits, I must respect the individuals you have grown to become. See for yourself.
Thank you for the splendid clothes, Mother. Stylish, comfortable, and eminently practical.
I am so glad you like them. They are, however, missing one final touch.
Oh, and what is that?
If you'd allow me, Master Alphino.
What is in that box? Sage weapons. Or tools, I guess, technically.
Wait. Are these...
You can fire lasers.
A sage's tools of the trade. They belonged to your father. Though he may as well be chained to his desk these days, as a student he was often called upon to venture into the field.
For something like,
He
nope,
wielded
really sexy
those
outfit.
armaments,
Yeah.
both to heal and to harm in no few battles. None so fierce as those you two have braved, perhaps, but battles nonetheless. Thus did I pull them out of storage, to show you that he was not always the man who stands in vehement opposition to you now. And also because it would be a terrible waste of ridiculously expensive House Leveilleur commissioned artistry.
Oh.
I am told these devices are quite difficult to master, but someone of your extensive experience should soon have them darting about with grace and aplomb. May the wisdom in that crystal serve you well. And please, try to find common ground with your father, that you might come and go without need for this awful subterfuge.
We will, Mother. I promise.
My final gifts to you, before you run off, are an observation and a suggestion. Firstly, Fortunato has ever been a serious man, but it was only after you were born that he truly lost himself in his work. I may not know the Forum's inner workings, but I know your father's. The timing of that change in him holds some significance. Secondly, do not seek to best your father with words. Far better that you simply show him. Let him discover the merit of your actions, after they cannot be undone.
Oh, Mother.
We shall take your wisdom to heart. Thank you again for these gifts, and farewell for now.
Safe travels, my children. Eat well, stay warm, and keep your friends close.
I love her so much. God, she's a great character. At least, and a better parent than Fortuno, at least from what we've seen so far. Also, I think this might be what, the third, to an extent, class change for Alphino. If I'm not mistaken, he technically started out, like both of them started out as, I guess, Arcanists, and I don't entirely know when it happened, but at some point I think he might have switched over to Scholar. Would probably be a good description of it. Actually, don't remember. Can we? Academia is apparently what he was referred to as, but is the Scholar icon, so I guess to an extent Scholar. And now he's Sage, so he has had 2 class changes. LSA has only had 1 from, I believe, Arcanist-ish to Red Mage. Actually, is it even called Red Mage? Red Mage. I don't think any of the others have necessarily had as many class changes as Alphino, because let's see. Uriage was Arcanist, I guess, and is now Astrologian. Estola was, I believe, at one point or in another point she was referred to as a Conjurer, even though that is like White Mage Light, I guess. But she apparently, based on a video that I watched some time ago, she was like in several different categories technically, but she then became like, I don't even remember what is Sorceress. I think we went from Rogue to Gunbreaker. Yep, pretty much. So I think, yeah, I think of all the Scions, Alphino is the one who has had the most job changes, if you want to call it that. And then there's of course us, which is where it's like, yeah. You could technically, if you have like classes leveled high enough up, you could in theory just like change class every single quest if you wanted to. So yeah. At least what? I'm forgetting, is it 20 or 19? Because I don't remember. I believe it's like 20 classes in total, but I think that's counting Blue Mage among that. It's 19 classes, and then there's also Blue Mage, but that one is, after all, a limited job, so that one kind of doesn't fully count, I would say.
And that was that. Only the gods know when we'll be back again.
And I mean, then there is technically also crafters and gatherers, but I don't know if you would consider those jobs in the normal sense. Like with these. Oh yeah, I don't actually remember if I mentioned this, but the other day I actually went through Praetorium and ran into my first basically player that was playing like above level 30 in an instanced thing, like in this case a dungeon, who didn't have a job stone on. Our tank was a gladiator and not a paladin. That was weird. Like that was a weird experience, just being like zoned in, and I looked at the icon and I was like, hold on, that's a gladiator thing. Inspected them and just like, yeah, they don't have a jobstone on. We ended up at the first boss, where there's like a cutscene, because I was the healer, couldn't exactly like just start writing, because I'm really slow at writing. So at the first cutscene, I just went like, "Hey, Tank, where's your jobstone?" But I didn't get any reply from anyone, so it was kind of like, okay. Thankfully, they didn't die, so it wasn't that bad. But still, much rather have those people, the ones that come out unhinged after a single wipe. Yeah, the crafting classes are considered limited classes, I guess, kind of. But, like, I also basically wrote in the FC chat like, "Hey, I'm currently in this dungeon, and the person doesn't have a like jobstone on," and we basically ended up like all agreeing on the fact that Square Enix should really implement a thing where it's like, if it is a dungeon or duty above level 30, which I believe the lowest level one is Reflux Longstop, I would say if you basically have, if like the minimum level is level like above level 30, which I think I could sink down to level 31 here, but like Reflux Longstop and everything after that, except for things like House of Dead, for example, I feel like Square Enix should make it so that you can't join that unless you have a jobstone equipped. That should literally be a thing they implement, because they already have something similar to that in the game. Because you can't queue up for anything if you're a blue mage. You can't queue up for anything unless you are in like an unrestricted party. In which case, you should be able to join like a dungeon if it's in an unrestricted party, then you can join without a jobstone. But I feel like they should super just implement that thing, because that would first of all prevent people from joining without a jobstone, and it would also force players to actually do their class quests and not end up with like no like without like half their skills or over half their skills. And who knows, maybe it would maybe be a little bit more restrictive, but maybe do something where maybe make it so that maybe like a certain quest at the end of an MSQ or near the end, like after you've hit level 80, for example in Shadowbringers, or 70 or 60 or so on, have it so that in order to progress with that class you're currently playing on, you need to have done the class quests, so you have all your skills. That would also be a nice thing. A little bit more of a hassle, because then they would basically have to do that for like change a lot of jobs with like requirements, but that could also be a good idea. Just like force players to actually do their class quests so they have all their skills, so don't end up in a, I don't know, dungeon where, oh, this the tank doesn't have their like all of their skills because, hey, they didn't do their class quests. Because if I remember correctly, Warrior, for example, I believe Raw Intuition is from a class quest. You get that. Could be wrong on that. Let me actually quickly check, because I want to make sure. Let's see, Raw Intuition. Yep, you need to have completed the quest Pirates of Shallow Water. Don't Final Fantasy Force have a feedback forum? They do, and not only that, but they do actually also have under support desk contact. They do have like suggestions that you can leave. This is also the only way you can actually report players, which I still feel like this system of reporting is absolutely fucking ass. Because the only way you can do it is like, oh, report people. Time to write a fucking novel with all the information, instead of just being able to go like, oh no, just quickly close this. Instead of just being able to go, can't find any players right now, but like usually like, oh, click on them, right click, get this menu, and just be like report. The only thing you can do with that currently in any sort of way is if they have written anything in the chat, you can right click on them, report, and then report them for RMT or real money trading, aka selling gold or gil, which is not allowed. I feel like they should have a system where you can basically be like, hey, report, and then there's more options. Because it's like, the way they have it right now, where it's like, oh yeah, you need to write all the information down, is really dumb. Okay, Chun Maru, one of my friends, has apparently been doing some Shadowbringers, it seems, and just wrote to me in a whisper. Let's see, he wrote, fuck Shadowbringers, why Thancred? Why did you say you loved Minfilia while knowing that she will be gone now? Why the fuck did you make it so I'm bawling my eyes out while eating dinner? And why the fuck is it so cute that the name Reen means blessing in Fae? Fuck this shit, I can't. Ah, yes. I think I actually don't know, but I think, at least according to the users in chat page, from what I can see, Chun is also in the, like, watching the stream. Get ready for the patch quest, my man, because that is gonna hit you in the feels like fuck. I'm not gonna say which patch it is, but I don't think you're gonna look it up. But in one of the patches, I think I ended up having like tears or like semi-crying, like I think 3 times, just because it hit me so much in the feels. Like fuck. Like so far, I will 100% say Shadowbringers is the best expansion. Like, and that's so far I will say, because I don't know about Endwalker yet. Don't worry, you named your character mine without knowing. I mean, you basically did that because of the character that you're a character, or that you based your character on. That makes more sense. But like, so far I would probably say that Shadowbringers is my favorite expansion of the ones I've done. Why are you inviting me to a party? So I think Shadowbringers is the best one so far. Okay, that was apparently a mistake. You invited me. I would say so far I would probably say that Shadowbringers is probably my favorite so far. I will still say that Heavensward is also really good. Stormblood, I will say that the opening of Stormblood, a little bit in certain ways, at least up until we basically had the moment with Xenos in Ralgos Reach. I will say most of the Othered, I believe it's called, did like, but I will say Shadowbringers, the main MSQ, a good chunk of it I felt like was kind of but it wasn't bad necessarily. It was just like not as great as Heavensward's, I would say. But the patch stuff was pretty damn good in Stormblood. I will say that. Stormblood's patch stuff was pretty good. Yeah. Maybe I should at some point after I'm done with Endwalker try and like rank all them. I would probably end up putting Abramelborn at the bottom. Like I'm not saying it's like absolute trash, but compared to the others, it's the worst of the expansions, or of all the expansion slash base game in Final Fantasy. Simply because of the fact that it's kind of like, just compared to the other stuff. Yours is probably Endwalker, but you have also catched up on the MSQ. True. That's kind of why I'm saying, so far I would say Shadowbringers is my favorite so far. Fun fact, in case you weren't aware, the writer for the Dark Knight quest in Heavensward was also the same one that did the MSQ in Shadowbringers. They also brought them back to write Endwalker. Okay, I feel like I had kind of heard the fact about like the Dark Knight quest writer, because from what I've heard, the Dark Knight class quest is supposed to be like one of the best ones in the entire game. From what I've heard, at least a lot of people seem to think that that's like a super good one. I have done like all the way up to like level 60 with Dark Knight, but for basically every single class I have kind of ignored the class quests simply because I did most of them off stream, and if I'm going to do like their class quest, I'm probably going to do them on stream, just like use New Game Plus to just like go through them for a few days, just so I can get like the entire story in one go. No, Chun is complaining about more stuff. Let's see here, he writes, fuck, I hate it when I see Artbird. Like, bro, it's so fucking depressing seeing that guy have so many regrets and not being able to do anything about it. Like that scene, he did find it S-E-E-N. That's an actual scene, but never mind. When the Sin Eaters attack and we go to Lakeland, help, and when we see Albert trying to save two people, but he just go through the Sin Eater, and Seto, what the fuck, I can't, and I know it will be worse. Yep. Sounds like he needs to do Dark Knight. Like, I don't fully know if it's the best of the class quests, but from what I've heard, it seems like a lot of people like it. With the Blackest Night changes, it's a fun tank class. I actually don't remember Blackest Night. I will say this: the fact that Dark Knight doesn't get their like, I don't know, often used defensive cooldown early is kind of, it's a little annoying for me, because when you compare it to all the other classes, it's like Paladin, they get Shells Run at 35, which is pretty early. Warrior, that's 56, but still. Gunbreaker, they start with it, I believe. No, that's 68 actually. But that one does also make kind of a bit more sense, I guess. Because, like, I would say from 60 to 70, that is kind of their, like, tutorial sort of levels, I guess, since they start at 60. Bryson Pelton, who doesn't get a gap close until 74, yep. Intervene. Rainbow Warriors get theirs at 62, and Dark Knight 54, and D6. Yeah. That is a bit annoying that they don't get that. Found the Warrior class quest to be a little tame. Yeah, I can't comment too much on it. I do know that there is apparently one cutscene. I'm not entirely sure where it is, but I think it's like on a boat or something. It's at least near some water. That's apparently like pretty funny from what I've seen. But yeah. Like the only quest line that I've actually done and have actually done on stream has been White Mage up to level 50, because I started out as White Mage, did all of that, and then I decided to basically switch over to Ninja because that I basically felt like playing as a healer through the MSQ was, well, it would have helped probably with some of the Qs. I just felt like some of the combat that I had to do was just quite slow. I switched over to Ninja because I thought, hey, that one looks interesting. Did all of their quests all the way up to 50, I think, as well as the rogue quests, and I will say their quests are kind of like they're fine, but not exactly the most like mind-blowing, I would say. I guess probably most of the classes are kind of like in terms of quality, but from what I have heard, Dark Knight is apparently the, I guess, best of those. I should probably continue with the story now, because I think I've been told for like 15-20 minutes or something? I don't even know at this point.
Thank you for indulging Mother's request. I can see it meant a lot to her. And I, shall refrain from inquiring as to the content of your private conversation. Our visit was all too brief. For now, however, it will have to suffice. As will these tokens of home that we carry with us, these gifts to help us remember who we are and whence we came. But enough sentimentality. Let us return to the annex and rejoin our companions.
Get the Summoner Scholar combo for MSQ. It was useful, short queues and TPS for days when not having to do dungeons. Yeah. I guess the only problem really is just, to an extent, gear, although I guess you could get gear from dungeons as Scholar, and then gear you would get from quests you would just use on Summoner most likely. Guess that works at least. Oh, apparently someone in FC has caught a Warden of the Seven Hues. Seems is, I guess, a rare or hard fish to catch, or maybe just valuable. Basically, but also Poetics, true. Poetics can't basically like carry you all the way through an expansion extent. Yes, maybe at the end it might be an idea to upgrade if you get anything from dungeons, but you don't really need to.
Enjoyed your time with the levelers, I hope? I would ask how the twins fared, but their new outfits tell the tale. I only hope we can help them to reconcile with their father, that they might return home one day with their heads held high. In the meantime, we edge ever closer to the secret the Forum strives to hide. And the flower bequeathed to you by Hydaelyn is sure to guide us going forward. I'm confident that once we've heard your report from Thavnair, we'll be well equipped to plot out our next move.
Okay. The next quest is Dark of the Tower. I think we're gonna wait with that one for next time, because it has been like 5 hours now, so usual time will probably end the stream. Although I am gonna be doing a little bit of extra stuff simply because I want to get that done. So we are heading off to Lakeland because I need to do, I believe it's 2 dailies for the dwarves. And once I've done those, we can do the last quest for them. So yeah, just kind of want to do that so I don't need to think about it. Like afterwards, or need to wait until another day. I guess just any of 2 of them. Don't honestly remember what any of them all around. I also don't really care. Let's see. I guess those core tank components I need to deliver back to Ranjit, I believe his name is. I'm forgetting right now. And we need to talk to... Or the traps. Shouldn't take too long. And we'll look at it. Let's see here. Core tank components. Just making that on my frying pan. Okay, and then it's Rigid. That his name is. Apparently, someone in Shout Chat is writing. There's a hunt train. Apparently. I have no idea if there's a hunt train going currently. And yep, that's enough. Run it. What is your last quest? Thanks for the memories. That's also gonna unlock, I believe, another Triple Triad person that I can play against, which will give me a... or has 2 cards that I still need to get. So that's gonna be nice.
Just who I was hoping to see. Lolly ho to you, Shauna.
Rally who? I hope. Nah, Rally ho.
Haha. A fine lolly ho if ever I heard one. Since the last time we spoke, we've been busier than ever. Our first paying customers, Irielva and Kobleva, have already started using rolling tank arts to ferry their goods about. So far, there have been no reports of any horrendous accidents or anything, which is a relief. We'll be aiming for the same high level of quality for the rest of the tanks, and thanks to our new friends, word's been getting around fast. Orders have been flying in thick and fast. This is going better than I dared dream. This calls for a celebration. Course, it wouldn't be the same without all of the others, so I'll go and round them up. In the meantime, why don't you go over to Clear Melt and wait with Lorothea?
Okay. Let's go and do that. Yeah.
Oh, I see you're the opposite of what they call fashionably late. Since you're here, you can help me get everything ready.
Okay. Might as well just disable that right away. Okay. Celebration with food and everything.
Heh, I'm surprised you resisted the temptation to start digging in before we got here. I bet you ain't never seen a feast like this. We've got the best grub Norvrand has to offer. Uelis and Psylocke even brought a keg of their famous ale over from right? But how did they carry something so heavy all this way, I hear you cry.
The rolling tankard, I'm guessing.
Yeah, that's right. By tank, of course.
Those things might be armed to the teeth with some of the world's most advanced weaponry, but it's what they carry that makes the real difference. People across the land can get what they need, when they need it. Not to mention a few of life's luxuries, too. It seems all of our hard work has finally paid off. To think that Right is at long last able to produce its own ale again. Thanks to you and Ronit, we've had the best barley crops in years.
Even our very first batch has earned the approval of our village's most demanding beer aficionados. And due to the much improved quality of the soil, we have begun growing our own fruit, the juice of which we brought for the younger ones and teetotalers to enjoy.
All right everyone, it's time for a toast. So raise a tankard of ale, or tankard of juice if you're a mewling whelp like Ronit.
Watch it, Ozog, or you'll be wearing that drink of yours. Ahem. To the continued success of What's Sanville and all of our friends. Cheers.
Unfortunately, we don't have that emote because you need to buy it online, I believe.
The years of struggle and adversity seem a distant memory to the inhabitants of the First as they strive for a better tomorrow. In particular, the dwarves of Calusia will have a vital role to play in the days to come, with their ingenuity and diligence paving the way to unlimited possibilities.
Okay. And even after the dishes were cleared away, the celebrations continued. Okay.
Shay there, Miss Shear. You don't seem drunk in the slightest. W would just like to shay. Oi, Karut. At least finish your sentence before you fall asleep. I think, what he means is, we all owe you our heartfelt thanks share, especially Ronit. Afore you showed up, he wouldn't shabu to a gushy, but now, he's turned into a great leader. Must be from following your example. We know you've got other people out there who need you, so it would be selfish to expect you to stay, but we're grateful for the time you've spent with us. It means a lot, it really does. And if you're ever passing through, be sure to pay us a visit. Anyway, we'd best be heading back to the anvil. Safe travels. Oh, and make sure you say goodbye to Uelish and Shylook afore you leave. They've been meaning to speak with you.
Okay.
Oh, there you are.
Uelis and I were just talking about you. We were wondering if the ale was to your liking, and then it occurred to me that you may not even drink in the first place. Do you, partake in the tipple?
Oh, I know, it's hard stuff. Been known to wet my whistle on occasion. You can't buy love, but you can buy alcohol, which is better. I've been known to wet my whistle on occasion.
Yes, and no doubt the volume varying in accordance with the nature of said occasion. A happy one such as this calls for more than a mere sip or two, I dare say.
Can I say, Shylook, how wonderful it is to see you in such high spirits. You're like a changed man. A change we have you to thank for, Shauna. Considering all you've done for us and our village, I cannot imagine how we will ever repay you, so if there is aught you need, just say the word.
My sentiments exactly. I dread to think what would have become of us without your intervention.
Yes, and we owe a debt of gratitude to Master Ronit, as well. Thanks to him and his automaton, my father's dream has at long last come true.
If we take a leaf out of Ronit's book by combining ingenuity with hard work, there is nothing we cannot achieve.
Maybe the next time you come to write, we'll have something new to show you. Our doors are always open, so don't be a stranger.
I almost forgot to ask, but have you spoken with Ozog? It seems there is something she would like to discuss with you.
Okay. Is it gonna be Ronit we need to talk to last, or what?
Have you eaten your fill, Shauna?
We don't need to speak with Ronit.
I'm sure she has room for some more. Have you tried these wrigglers from Amarang? If you can pluck up the courage, they're quite delicious.
Yeah. I can't get enough of them.
Herb. Just thinking about them is making me queasy. Come on, live a little. It's like I always say, youth is wasted on the young. Yes, and it'll be even more of a waste if a gifted engineer like me chokes to death on some god's forsaken worm. I've got to look after myself if I want these plans of ours to come to fruition.
Anyway, Lorothea, I'll bet your best years are still ahead of you. In fact, why don't you come and help out at What's Sanville? It's gotta be better than drinking tea and soaking in the hot springs all day.
When you get to my age, you'll learn to appreciate things like that, you mark my words. Still, it wouldn't do to let my skills get rusty. I suppose I could pop over and do a spot of welding from time to time. Actually, Shauna, there's something I want to say to you. For most of my life, I've been living according to others' expectations, without thinking about what I want. But thanks to you, I've made up my mind. Like you, I'm going to pursue my own goals, my own dreams. That's why I've decided to carry on here, where I can express myself and be who I want to be. Rather than wasting my life being bound by traditions and rules, I want to be free to go where I please and do as I please. But don't you want to go back to your village? All the Thals here have permission to travel between Tamra and the Anvil whenever they want. What about you? Well, it's not as though I've been banished. Not yet, anyway. I can hardly go back to Kamra now, can I?
She took off her helmet.
From this day forth, I am no longer a Gog. I shall live only as Ozog, descendant of Watts himself. I answer to no one.
But, you can't just take off your helmet like that. It's indecent.
Ha ha ha. I think he's just getting flustered by the sight of a pretty girl. Ah ha ha ha. How can he expect to beat me in a battle of wits if he turns into a babbling buffoon every time I take my helmet off? Watts' hammer is as good as mine. That reminds me, I should get started on my next creation and prove my superiority once and for all. Time to head back to the Anvil. And it looks like I might be joining you sooner rather than later.
She's gonna put her helmet back on.
You young uns have brought me some much needed excitement, and I can't wait to see what you'll come up with next.
She's just gonna keep the helmet off. Guessing we need to head back to Anvil, and maybe we can see her back there. Because I'm sure she's supposed to be standing down here somewhere. Don't really know where exactly though. Or maybe not. Ah, there she is. Nope, she has the helmet off. Ah.
Ha. Did you see the look on Ronit's face when I took off my helmet? No? Well, I suppose he'd have to take his helmet off, too, for that. His wild gesticulations spoke volumes, though.
Okay, let's see, run it then.
That Ozog. Ain't she got no shame? Just because she don't want to go back to Kamra, there's no need to expose herself like that. I know you ain't a Thol or a Gog, so I don't expect you to understand, but you agree with me, don't you?
This is the worst thing that's ever happened in Lakeland. The worst thing? You should take off your helmet too. You might find it liberating. Let's go to that one.
What? No, absolutely not, never. I'd rather lose my whole damn head than remove my helmet. Grr. This is all Ozog's fault. She needs a bloody good talking to. But that can wait. Bugger it, I can't remember what I was gonna say now. Something about thanking you, or whatever it was. Well, I suppose I should express my gratitude for sticking with me through thick and thin, even when it looked like this whole plan was gonna blow up in my face. I know sometimes I can get a bit jealous of you having so many talents compared to me, Bane the savior of the bleeding world and all that. But I know you ain't doing it to steal my thunder, you're just trying to be a good friend. And you are. The very best. Bloody hells, keep this up and I'll start bawling like a newborn. Anyway, the struggle to get those tanks might be over, but me, Ozog, and the others LL carry on here. So if you ever feel like showing off those skills of yours, you know where to come. In the meantime, best of luck with saving the world or whatever you'll be doing.
Okay. Probably won't come back here because the XP I get from these quests are not that great. And the rewards are just kind of like, eh. Okay, Bloodsworn.
You have achieved Bloodsworn reputation with What's Anvil. You will receive an experience point bonus upon completion of the Dwarf Beast Tribe daily.
Yeah. Still a huge bonus though. Okay, I do believe you should maybe have some more stuff. We can get the Lollihop. Ballroom Etiquette. Let's see, we got that. We got that. That. What's sketches? I might as well get one of those from my house. Okay, so let's see here. What is the Lollihop? I think I know what it is. Be wrong. It is that one. It doesn't quite work like I had seen some people do. I had seen some people apparently do something where they could like move around with it, but I guess that's actually not the case. Oh well. Yeah, that's kind of everything that I kind of wanted to do today. There is one thing left that I really quickly want to do, and that is, I think I mentioned it at the start of the stream, but Jokan basically, like, around 30 minutes before the stream, before I had started the stream, apparently put out a full version of the Spooky Slice from his A Crap Guide to Final Fantasy Melee DPS guide. He basically had a song he sung during part of the Reaper overview, and also at the end during the like credits or something like that. So I'm thinking we can quickly take a look at that one. Just gonna get the game first though, and let's see here. Need to pull up this one. Brendan, your Discord, Kara's made it in there. Nice. Alright, let's see here. I need to this a little bit. I think I basically just need to adjust this thing. I think I had adjusted a bit because of some other stuff I was doing. At some point, should be good. Yeah. Let's listen to the Spooky Slice, as it's called, by Joe Cat. I guess I can also, if anyone wants to listen to it at some other point, here's the link to it, basically. Yeah, Spooky Slice. Yeah. I should probably I think I need to this one for it to play. Yeah, it's almost 4 minutes long, so yeah, listen to the song. Oh yeah, the video apparently contains mild spoilers to post Stormblood and Shadowbringers. From what I saw, it's like basically nothing. It's like, oh, Xenos gets this weapon kind of thing. It's not really super important stuff. I think I might need to lower the audio a bit because that seems kind of loud, so let's go with... That seems good for now.
I was browsing in the markets late one night when my eyes beheld an edgy sight. For a stylish dame with a commanding strut had offered to teach me a new way to cut. She did the slice. She did the spooky slice. The spooky slice. Now her swings have some spice. She did the slice. Was just her soul, that's the price. She did the slice. She did the spooky slice from the northern snow front of Ilsabard. The land was cold and the people scarred. They sought the void with a daring act and empowered themselves with a devious pact. They did the slice. They did the spooky slice. The spooky slice. Now their swings have some spice. They did the slice. Was just their soul, that's the price. They did the slice. They did the spooky slice. The glamour wasn't very cheap. But now we are in too deep. With this tailored cloak and boots. Now we are ready to reap. The raid was progging, all were doing their part. Even the black mage was playing smart. Everyone's purse was ready and prime. I yelled to the boss, it's reaping time. I did the slice. I did the spooky slice. The spooky slice. Now my swings have some spice. I did the slice. Was just my soul, that's the price. I did the slice. I did the spooky slice. Out from his grave Xenos rose yet again. But now frustrated he was cheated of his moment. Then he gazed at the cloaked dancing crowd and said,
What is this abominable enshroud?
It's the slice. It is the spooky slice. The spooky slice. Now our swings have some spice. We do the slice. Was just our soul, that's the price. We do the slice. We do the spooky slice. And so he relented. Bitsy shrugged and joined in. What a wonderful time all that slicing has been. And to be quite honest, the move's really a keeper. Just a matter of time till we're all playing Reaper. And then you slice. You do the spooky slice. The spooky slice. Now your swings have some spice. You do the slice. It's just your soul that's the price. You do the slice. You do the spooky slice. Wow. Look at me, I'm a spooky ghost. Ooh. And we're spinning. And we're spinning. Wow. Oh, get it, Mr. Yake-Alvis. Wow. Wow. Wow.
Okay, that was pretty good. To be honest, I've actually been playing quite a bit of Reaper in...
Hey Joe Cat, this is me coming good on Cameo. Thanks so much for this, rather unique request. I'm imagining you're going to run away with this and boil up something incredible in some laboratory somewhere.
What is this abominable enshroud? What is this abominable enshroud? What is this abominable enshroud?
Let's
what is this
abominable enshroud?
give you 4. I hope that one of those works. Best of luck. I want to see this as well. Okay. All the best. Thanks, Joe.
Yeah, that was a pretty good one. But yeah, I've been kind of playing a okay amount of Reaper actually recently in the Bostia, because I kind of want to. I'm thinking of maybe, like, originally I had kind of thought that, hey, I could go like Paladin or maybe Warrior in Warcraft, but that was like, maybe. But at the same time, I'm not that used to tanking, and I don't want to really go in and be like the person that's the reason why we suddenly die. So I was thinking, maybe I should go for a DPS instead, because healer I'm still not really all that great at, especially at higher levels. And honestly, Reaper was the highest one that had. So 80, so I'm currently trying to get Reaper up to yeah, level 80 basically, which isn't far off. It honestly wouldn't take that long. I could get to level 80 here today in Bosch, because you'll get so much fucking XP from that. Plus I also still have the pixies that I could do, so that's pretty easy. So yeah, I'm basically thinking that once Summoner hits 90, we're gonna be switching over to Reaper. And I gotta say, from what I've experienced so far in their like combo, they actually have a little bit of like when it comes to like the order in which they do attacks, they have a little bit of monk mixed in, I would say. You could kind of say, because with monk, it's like you can basically do any of the like, as long as you have like raptor form, you can do any of the things that require raptor form. And if you have coral form, you can do any of the ones that require coral form, for example, stuff like that. But for Reaper, you basically build up your, what's that called again? Soul gauge. And then once soul gauge is full, you can use either Bloodstalk, Grim Swath, or Gluttony. And whichever one you use, it's basically just single target, AoE, cooldown one that gives 2 Soul Reaper, and you can then use your Soul Reaper stacks on any of these 3. So it's kind of depends on what you want to use. So for example, if let's say I were to use Gluttony, that like for or to do AoE and then do a guillotine, and we then only have like 1 or 2 enemies left in a dungeon, for example, I can just switch over to either Gibbet or Gallows. Very nice that you can just like to an extent switch a little bit between that combo. Still haven't gotten to use Enshroud yet, so I haven't been able to do the Spooky Slice yet, but that's because apparently I don't have access to that in Bostia, because I guess that's a class quest skill. That's gonna be fun to see how that one works, because I still don't know exactly how the skills you get from that work, because basically get Void Reaping, Frost Reaping, and Grim Reaping, and I don't know. Oh wait, I think I know what they do. They basically replace these, I think. I'll actually look at the skills. These two basically empower each other, and this one is just AoE. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, actually I have a question. Of the characters in that in the music video, I'm assuming that it was the characters over here. Which one of them was actually your friend's character? Like, I know that this is like supposed to be Joe Cats, or I'm blanking on what's Victor Quibble? Victor Quibbles, I believe this character is supposed to be called. This is Xenos with Croissant for his side, but which one of the others is supposed to be? She's the bunny with the white scythe. Okay. I believe that's the scythe from Owls of the Dead, if I'm not mistaken. Although I guess it could also be from some of the raids, typically. Not entirely sure though. Do know that this is like from Ultimate, I think. From Dragon Songs Rise, I think it's called. Basically just the current Ultimate raid, and I have no idea where this one's from. Or this one. Actually, I think this one might actually be from PvP. Potentially. I think this one might be fine with the trophy. What are those things called again? What is that currency called again? Let's see, PvP profile. Okay, it was called that. Trophy crystals, I think you buy it with. Basically the side that Joe Cat's character is wielding. But I don't know about this one. And this one just looks silly because that is straight up just a croissant. Yeah, cool that your friend got in. I'm actually kind of wondering, did he have like a poll or something, or small contest that he just posted about, like, hey, if you have a Reaper in a like cosplay or in a like glamour, send them in. They can be in a video. Did he have something like that? I have not seen that. Anyway, let me quickly get some of the background audio in the game, because yeah, basically just time to start ending the stream, I think. It's we're now at almost 6 hours, 6 hour mark. It's like 5 hours and 45 minutes, and I usually only stream for like 5 hours on Fridays and Saturdays. I still haven't had. I think the only thing I've eaten today was like at around, I don't know, 11 o'clock. That was like a bowl of oatmeal. I haven't really had a whole lot of other stuff to eat today, so yeah, I'm a little bit hungry. Let's see here. Go to raid. That is the question now. Let's see. So we do have someone, another Danish YouTuber currently streaming. She has been going for almost 6 hours now, in like a minute, so I don't know if they're gonna keep going. Stream. Might just like go with someone else, I think. She is gonna be seemingly exiting out a little bit of the game. Not entirely sure though. You know what? Let's just rate her anyway. Yeah. 3 good hours, yep. Alright, so I'm basically thinking we'll raid Mina Seiya. He is currently playing some AID Somnium files. I don't really know what that is, to be honest, but it's a game. Yeah. We're just gonna rate her, and I should hopefully be back on Monday. Unless something prevents me from streaming there. We'll just be back with some more Final Fantasy. More MSQ, basically. Let's see. I kind of need to figure out with the others that I do the Stardew Valley collab with, if we're gonna still do, if we're gonna do a collab stream on Tuesday. But yeah, guess we'll just see about that, because I don't really know yet. Last week, Cryptid basically had, or this week technically, Cryptid had some stuff he needed to go to, so he wasn't able to be there, and we just decided to not do a stream after all, because it would kind of like be not that great for him, since that would mean that he would be further behind in terms of like levels and whatnot, and also just like in general progress. He might have missed out on things compared to us. So yeah, maybe we'll be able to play Tuesday, so we'll see. But yeah, thanks for the stream. You're welcome. Thanks for everyone for dropping by and watching. Been a really good stream, I feel like. So yeah, just gonna raid Mina, and also thanks for the follow there, Basatai, and yeah, hopefully I'll be back Monday, and if not, then maybe Tuesday. At the very least, hopefully, at the very least, like Friday, Saturday next week, or scratch that. I actually just remembered. Friday, or rather Saturday next week, I won't be able to do a stream because I actually have something planned there. You have gotten the seal. Yeah, I think I actually still have a rare follow thing that can pop up. Wait, to check actually, because I seem to remember that I have one of those. Let's see, go in here, is it the one? Let's see here, alerts, settings, follower. I seem to remember having an alternative one, a variation. I do, but it's only like a 1% chance, so that one's rare. But yeah, as I was saying, I can't do a stream on Saturday next week because I have something planned. So instead, lottery. Not quite that. But because of that, I'm thinking that I'm gonna do a... I don't know if it's gonna be necessarily longer, but a stream on Friday that I'm gonna start earlier than I usually do. And it's also gonna be a little bit special because part of it is not gonna be us necessarily playing Final Fantasy, but more watching stuff related to Final Fantasy, because on Friday at around 1 PM, I believe it is, here in Denmark at least, we're gonna have a live letter, part 2 basically. So what I'm thinking is watch the live letter, maybe I'll have something, I can maybe try and, like, I don't know, prepare stuff for my house so we can kind of like watch the stream while also, or watch the live letter and also decorate the house at the same time. But yeah, we basically have a live letter. I don't know how long it's gonna go for, but I'm thinking we can basically just watch it, see what they reveal. There shouldn't be any like major spoilers for the game, I think. Like the MSQ as far as I know. And then it might, I don't know, go for a little bit longer, but I don't fully know yet. But yeah. Not much else to say, so I'll just go ahead and raid Mina. And yeah. Thank you everyone for coming by and watching the stream. And yeah, I'll see you guys next time. See ya.